some taekwondo, and it's mainly just kick strikes.
That is also very true, but it depends what branch of taekwondo you do. Like, as far
Yeah,
as
but
I know, you have to measure.
when you mix it up with other techniques, um, then it becomes another skill to blend the two.
Yes, yes. Taekwondo is actually one of the first martial arts I've studied and practiced. Right.
Hmm.
So I combine my techniques with boxing, Muay Thai, and wrestling, and then that's a good combination right there.
You see the
Especially that
difference
now.
in striking between what the fuck is it? Taekwondo is you just meet and it's a speed, right? You don't necessarily follow through, but with kendo you follow through with the strike.
Well, it kind of depends what depends what some techniques of in taekwondo, right? Because mainly the kick is a snap kick. You don't like you say you don't really follow through, but there
Yeah,
are
it's
some
just the
kicks that you
speed
do
of the
follow
strike.
through.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Right.
when you mix up the taekwondo technique with kempo, you usually tend to surprise the sparring opponent
Yes. Man, I want
because
to try kempo
they're
now.
expecting an impact and they're just getting tapped while getting impacted somewhere else.
I don't know about you, man, but I've been to them Taekwondo tournaments, and some of them people knock blocks off. Like, they
Well,
just
that's what
knock
Joe
people.
Rogan was. He was taekwondo kicker.
Yeah, and my son, I would say he's invented his own martial arts, right? Because that's what you do when you're a martial artist. You kind of take a little from here and a little from there. And I showed him a lot of Krav Maga books. So I was teaching him like a little bit of Krav Maga technique because, it's all about eliminating the threat. And that's basically what martial arts is, right? So he's like got his own stuff, and I call it spin jitsu because he's like very sneaky and you can't really see his attacks coming, but he'll just spin around and generate some momentum and get you with a spin punch, and if he misses, he'll kick you the next. So he does this like spinning thing to where he's gonna get you. So I taught him that. I said, if you miss your punch, you just follow up with a kick, or if you miss your kick, then follow up with a punch. And when he took that into the Taekwondo thing, I mean, he was just knocking people's helmets off and shit.
Yeah, but that capoeira, that's something different though.
You talking about dance fighting?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the so-called slaves would do when they weren't allowed to fight and practice fighting. So they would emulate dancing that was like fighting so that they could train to fight.
Honestly, dude, everybody should practice capoeira at least once because it's a great leg workout.
Yeah, fuck
It's
that. I get
better.
dizzy.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, of course, you need to have the flexibility for it, like with most martial arts.
I really want to go to a gun range and practice shooting guns. And also, I really want to go to like a hey BB gun war and just have a shootout with people. Learn how to like be in combat and stuff like that. I think it's cool.
There's nothing fun about combat. From what I gather, like people's experience in the military, it's 95% boredom
Maybe true.
with 5% sheer terror.
Maybe true, but just the part about like learning how to like just how to like to defend yourself and how to like be in situation like that where, like, if you were like if you were in a real situation with somebody and like they had a gun, you had a gun, and you guys are about to be like, in a shootout, like you would know how to maneuver your way around that person or defend yourself. You know what I mean? Like that's a part that I want to learn, that skill. Maybe I'm just like a PUBG fanatic gamer. I play a lot of PUBG. I guess that's what excites me about it.
Yeah, like real combat scares the fuck out of me. Like I don't ever want to get into a gunfight. I hope no one ever forces me to put them down. Like that scares the crap out of me. I don't want to be judged, right? In this life or the next one. I don't want to be sued in this life. So I hope that I never have to, but I think that everyone needs to know how to defend themselves. Like it's so important because who's going to save you? Like the cops 35 minutes later when they show up? Man, I could do a lot to you in 35 minutes. A lot of not
Yeah,
so fun stuff, you know?
yeah, yeah,
Especially if you get knocked out in the first 5.
yeah. Being in like combat like that is definitely not somewhere you want to be. Super scary.
Out here, it takes an hour for the cops to show up. Sometimes they don't ever show up.
'Cause I've been shot at before, and I know that feeling.
And besides that, anytime you get the government involved, it's always worse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could just live a peaceful life, right? And just be a peaceful panda. But I have a feeling that one day somebody's going to get in my territory and they're going to see why pandas aren't always peaceful. I hope it never happens, but
You never know, man. That's why you gotta stay strapped. Stay prepared.
You know what the great thing about living where I live? I
nobody can
just
dig
go
up the whole desert.
I just go out to the mountains where the mines are because it's a good backstop and just start shooting.
Yeah, man. Never get the government involved in marriage too. Somebody put a comment. I think marriage is a scam. I think if you get the government involved in your relationship, it's already over.
Well, it depends on what you mean by marriage. If you make a contract with the state
Yeah,
and you get a license, that's weird. I would
yeah, that's
never do
weird.
that again. Like
That's what
never,
I mean.
ever, ever.
Yeah, like you pretty
Now,
much
as
sign a
far as making a
divorce.
contract with a female, like if my wife passes or something, God forbid, I would contract with a female, but not with a female and the state. That's crazy.
Hmm. I don't ever see myself getting married at all. Like my philosophy is, if it's real love, then just let it be naturally. You don't need to sign anything or get the government involved in the state. Just if it's real, then just let it be. You guys don't have anything to worry about. And from what I know, is marriage is just a way for the woman to gather resources from you. And for the men, I think it's just because they don't want to lose that woman.
You sound well studied in the MGTOW.
A little bit, I don't really listen to that kind of stuff anymore. It just pisses me off. I hate hearing those guys like talk about like all their issues, man. Like none of that stuff really like is true to me. Like I'm different. Like not everybody goes through the same things. But like a lot of the stuff they say is true though, So that's where I give them credit. Not everything is true.
So I used to say that, like by and large, girls don't know what they want until they reach like a certain level of maturity. And once they become mature, they know exactly what they want, right? They want stability, right? Because females are going to be like compromised during the gestation. You know what it's called where the woman's pregnant? She's going to be vulnerable, right? So she needs a big, strong man, right, with a six pack so he can carry as much goods to the house, right, and take care of her and the baby and protect her. So you really can't blame a woman. They're genetically like programmed to be like somewhat of a, I don't want to say gold digger, but let's just say nester, right? Let's say a nester.
Uh-huh.
They want to build that nest for themselves and for their offspring, and they're kind of programmed to be like that. So I don't really hold it against them at
Uh-huh.
all. Just like I look at a woman, right, and I say, "Oh wow, voluptuous breast, and look at those hips, and look at those thighs," right? And I'm thinking to myself, I'd like to plant my seed in her, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm genetically programmed to look at her reproductive organs and see if she's healthy, right? And if she's healthy and attractive, and she has the symmetry and everything in her face, then she's really beautiful. Like you can't really hate on me for that.
Uh-huh.
Like I feel like it goes both ways. So some of the stuff that the MGTOW preach is true, but some of it is just from bad experiences that people have had because they don't know the difference between someone who is mature and someone who's not.
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's true. And I do agree with you. Like, women are kind of like, it's like in their nature to like, I guess, be what you said.
Hey, Hank, I want you to do yourself a favor. Take an inventory with your wife, right? No matter how much she bitches and complains. Take an inventory of all the shit she's collected throughout all those years of marriage. You probably have about 2 households worth of shit.
Okay, so I got a lot of stuff. What's your point?
Well, I'm just saying, it could work to like furnish, another house.
Hmm.
I mean, it's like I find this problem with like even my mother and my grandmother, like the amount of shit they have. Just like, why do you have 4 fucking food processors? Why do you have 3 juicers, 2 dehydrators? Is one not good enough?
Why they got so many clothes?
Yeah.
They got like closets full of clothes and bags full of clothes laying everywhere. Like, throw that shit away. Throw that makeup away. Like, you don't need all that makeup, fake lashes, and looking like a clown out here.
No, my wife ain't like that. She's more natural.
Yeah, man,
She
I
don't wear
love that.
makeup.
I love that natural stuff, man. That natural stuff that's true beauty right there.
Yeah, but when they have to paint on their eyebrows and put on freaking bozo lashes and shit, and just like, what the fuck?
Like, go
Yeah, my
sleep
wife,
off
she
hair.
don't practice glamour magic.
Those aren't one of those women you want to take home. You know why?
Why?
because all that makeup will rub off on your pillows and then on you, and then it like blocks your pores because you're not used to it. You might be allergic to it.
That's true. And the next day you might wake up with a whole different person.
Oh, that's a given if they got that much war paint on. But I'm saying the war paint itself can lead to other repercussions.
Yeah.
All right, so this is kind of a joke, so take it lightly. Do you know why women wear makeup and perfume? She must think that she's ugly and she stinks.
Well, okay, it's a known fact that men like shiny things. Look at Bass Boat, right? So women tend to put like glitter on when they're really trying to attract a man. They'll put like makeup on that really like gloss, like glistens and is sparkly because they know glitter attracts men. Because look at Bass Boats.
Well, yeah, I mean, it does catch my eye, but it's not something that I want to like grow with or build with. You know, it's just like I look at it and I'm like, yeah, it's pretty.
Oh, I know. I'm saying this is mentality of these makeup artists. Well, something that glistens will catch their eye.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Give me the
But
attention.
if they have to rely on that tackle, then don't bite the hook.
Yeah.
Cut the bait. I'm saying
Hey
in
guys,
order
I have
for
some.
a good
Go
relationship,
ahead.
you have to have more than just physical attraction.
Yeah, that's right. That's definitely right.
Do you have to have physical attraction though for a relationship?
Yeah. Of course.
Well, you'd have to have some desire to want to be with the person.
What if you're older and it's like afterthought?
Dude, I don't want to think about that. Godric, you put like weird images in my head.
Sounds like Elon Musk.
Well, I have some bad news, guys. I heard today that Slater Fokker died. He was found dead. I didn't know him, but if anybody knows him, look into it.
Dude, if we keep dropping like that, we're definitely going to have to uninstall that app.
What app?
The Flat Earth dating app that gives away your location.
Oh, the tracking app? Yeah. That's why I was just like, yeah, who the fuck? No. Oh, it's good. I think it should be downloaded. No. And then it's only like $1. Yeah, no, that's a tracking app, man.
Do you suspect David Weiss because of that app?
Is it available on the Play Store?
No, I don't suspect David Weiss, but how many Flat Earthers just died recently? 3 in the month?
Yeah.
Oh,
Three in less than a month.
Hey guys, kind of weird
who are
about
the other ones? Who are the other ones?
Rob Skiba and Jibby.
Who's Jibby? I'm sorry.
GB Jedi?
He was
Jibby
in here.
Jedi's been around since the beginning, early 2015.
So once again, just let this sink in. 3 flat earthers dead in less than a month when we hadn't lost any up until then.
Are you guys also hearing about this RV and high impact Felix guy having a beef and shit?
I don't even know who the hell that is.
RV Russian vids. Never heard of Russian vids. It's a popular flat earther.
What do you want to tell me about RV?
That he's just talking shit about high impact flicks. He's calling them a show, and he's calling David Weiss a show, and Jeranism a show. And to me, that's kind of suspect.
You know what? This is from Eric Debate. I think they're just very competitive. I don't know that anybody's a show. I kind of feel like why people would call them a show, but
yeah, to me, it's
I think they're just very
suspect.
competitive.
Have you guys heard of Gematria Effect News?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, that guy hates flat earthers, man. That guy
Well,
will
he's
talk
also a Noahide. I mean, look at the Gematria News. I mean, come on.
But hang on,
Yeah.
he's talking about. We went from flat earthers against flat earthers to to globers against flat earthers. That's different.
Yeah, yeah.
We're
To
talking
me, it's
about flat
suspect
earthers
that he
against
would do
flat
that.
earthers.
Anybody talking shit about other flat earthers to me is a suspect. I don't know. I feel
Yeah,
like, you
they
know.
are
Yeah, to be
suspect.
I
clear, I
think
wasn't talking about David Weiss. I'm talking about the app itself. Anyone can claim to be a flat earther, get the app, and track down flat earthers.
Yeah, that's why I said, yeah, I don't want to do that app, and then especially if it's available on the Play Store.
it's on the app. It's on the Apple download
Exactly.
app store.
Exactly. You know how much money it costs to develop an app?
It should
We
have been a
know David.
paywall. It
We
should
know
have been
David is
like,
hang on. We know David's a
sorry.
rich Jew from the very beginning. He has money, and everybody knows it. He's probably the richest flat earther.
We're not talking about
Yeah,
flat earthers
I'm
here,
saying it takes a
Roger.
lot of money for development.
Listen to what I'm saying. This is my personal belief. I just think, and it's not my, it's not my app. I think it should have been behind some sort of verification process to even verify that you're a flat earther. That's just my thing.
Well, that's if you were worried about about foul play and stuff. Yeah. But as far as a business, what app ever verifies you? Any app. What dating
Twitter,
app really vets you?
Facebook, you get the blue
But do
check
they
if you're verified.
but do they vet you though?
I think they just verify your identity.
You think
No,
it's like a,
because you can't
I mean,
verify your identity through Facebook.
Yeah, you can. It's a process to get the blue check mark. The blue checks, those are verified
Okay, you're
accounts.
telling me if I went on Facebook and said my name is Godzilla, I couldn't get an account?
You could get a Facebook account, but you couldn't get a blue check.
Oh, I'm not. I have a Facebook account. I don't know what you mean by blue check. I haven't seen it.
These are like verified accounts, like celebrities and politicians and shit. Verified identities.
Yeah, but those are for those people. We're talking about regular people.
So, like, I know, but you could still get verified. That's what I'm saying. YouTube
Yeah, but that
celebrities, they're verified. They even
yeah,
got the
but
check mark on fucking YouTube.
right. If you're a celebrity, you should have that check mark. But if you're a regular person, you don't get verified.
There's like just people that I don't even know, and they're like from another country streaming like U.S. fucking news, and they have a check mark.
Okay,
So
but only certain
it's
people
all
get the check
you
mark,
just have
not
to
for everybody.
provide. You have to provide like your identification so they can verify the account. That's all.
Yeah,
That's
but
all
the
you need.
point is not for everybody. That verification is only for specific people. And David Weiss app is for everybody. And in general, Facebook is for everybody. And you can go on there and you don't need to be verified. You can say your name is Godzilla, King Kong, whatever.
Jim Willie said everything is tracked. It's digital, and the cyberspace force is watching. That's what the digital
Right, the
tattoo is
government's
all about,
watching
man.
us, but this is the first time that it's been available for the public to watch us, right? Is that right?
So
Yeah, we're streaming, so it's available for the public.
in theory, you can have a flat Earth stock flat Earth person find people on the app. Is that what you're saying?
No, you can
Yeah,
find people on, but then you
doesn't it
could
give away
also
your location?
on the Fitbits. That's how I found some of the Antarctic bases was because of Fitbits, and it literally looked like airstrips, like people went jogging around the airfield.
Can you share that in live stream?
And see, then you have people like Platypus that's interested in getting the app so he can track down flat earthers.
Why would you say that?
Well, because he's asking, does that app predict meteor showers or eclipses?
You lost me. Are you
Are you
joking?
reading live stream voice text?
No, let me go over there.
Okay.
It's a loaded question. I know it doesn't.
How do you know? Have you looked at it?
Does it?
I don't know. I don't have a fucking app.
Okay, wait, hang on. Platypus, you're a staunch Glover, right?
Staunch? Sure.
What do you think about 3 flat earthers turning up dead within a month? Coincidence?
What do I think about what?
3 flat earthers turning up dead within 1 month. Is that a coincidence?
Dude, like 1 in 8 Americans thinks the Earth is flat, so I'm pretty sure more than
Can you
3
cite your
flat
source for
Earthers
that?
have died in the past month.
Yeah, hey dude, I think
Can you cite your source?
it's,
One in 8.
nah, dude, it's
Need
weird
sources.
because 2 of my neighbors, well, I mean, one of my neighbors passed away recently, and the other one's in the hospital, and my cat passed away yesterday. So a lot of deaths lately.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
Thanks, man. It's all good. Good cat.
Look, all we're saying is that app has potential for being a tracker.
Oh, definitely.
It's just like any dating app.
You're saying it's like a honeypot or something? They
This is
want us
coming
all on
from a
that app.
guy. This is coming from a guy who's on a Discord server on the open internet having a conversation. You think if anybody wanted to listen to the server, they wouldn't be able to do that?
It's not
Can
what
you
I'm
tell me
talking
where
about,
Josh
isn't
lives?
Platypus.
I mean, I
And
don't know
yeah,
where
can
Josh
you
lives.
ascertain my IP address through any of the safe harbor policies that are on these apps?
The CIA guys that work at Discord probably can.
We're not talking about CIA or the Discord. We're talking about this app that David Weiss has released has the ability, as far as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, to a non-flat earther could use it to locate flat earthers. Is that correct or incorrect?
I don't know who that is or really
That's
what
correct.
the
That
app
is
is you're talking
correct.
about.
It's a general. It's not an
Now, I'm
you
not in
put your
any kind of way
address.
saying that David Weiss is trying to get flat earthers killed. That doesn't make sense. That's not my argument. Don't strawman me. What I'm saying is that it's odd that in the past 6 years, 0 flat earthers have died that I know of, especially in the circles that I've been hanging around. And then this app comes out, and then 3 flat earthers are dead in 1 month.
Well, the app came out a long time ago, dude. Like over a year and a half, maybe even 2 years ago.
Okay, I stand corrected. That's why I need you guys to correct me because I didn't know that.
Okay, so Hank, I got 2
friend
questions
finding
for
thing
you.
is the friend finding thing is a new thing on the app. It's a new feature.
Yeah,
it's like a few months fresh, like new.
So that's pretty.
It's within the last 3 months.
That's pretty suspicious.
Yeah, it is kind of.
Hey, real quick. I downloaded the app. Excuse me. Downloaded the app a while ago, close to 2 years ago now, and I didn't happen to be at home where I live in my city here, but I was on the road and I was on a trip in Wisconsin, and so I deleted the app after a while because I was like, I don't even need this. What's this for? I don't care. And so, but I saw that there was a map on there. I was like, what does this mean? And then I just didn't care. I was like, you know what? I don't care. So I deleted it, and a couple months later, I'm chatting with people in the YouTube. Someone in the Globebusters chat was like, "Hey, Glad man, I saw that you're from Wisconsin," and I'm like, "No, I'm not." And he goes, "Oh, crazy! That's what the app says." So it was tracking you before it told you. Just saying.
So maybe that tracking extended to people who didn't accept it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they just wanted to make it so that you pay extra for it, to be honest. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't I don't subscribe to that app.
I don't have it either.
I'm going to go out on a limb here
I
by
have it.
Do these three people have it? That's what we need to know.
I have it, and I use the tracker. And there's like a couple dudes
All
in my
right, Godric,
neighborhood.
I need you to do some research. I need you to find out if Jibby had the app. I need you to find out if Skiba had the app, and the new guy that
No.
you just announced.
Nah, it doesn't matter. Just,
Let
stay
me
vigilant.
Skiba had the 616 friend finder from the Bible stuff.
Hank. All three of those people probably drank orange juice at some point in their life too. It doesn't mean orange juice fucking kills people.
He's not saying the app killed anybody. He's just noticing a correlation.
It is if they're allergic.
Oh, I asked.
So,
I mean, you, a globe earther, Mr. False Cause himself, is going to talk to me about false causes. You're a globe earther, bro. Practice what you preach.
Yeah, do you think it's all Mark Sargent's doing?
I feel bad for Mark Sargent. I don't make fun of that guy.
I don't even know who he is.
He's perhaps one of the most earliest popular flat earthers, but he's been called a shill, and people have been defending him for 5-6 years now.
I think they call Mark Zuckerberg a shill because he's into conspiracy entertainment. In other words, not serious, and he's into what's up?
He was in the Netflix movie, and he was on a commercial making fun of flat earthers.
So was Jaren.
Yeah.
Well, that's entertainment. That's just comedy.
Are you as dumb as a flat earther? Isn't that how that went? Isn't that how the script went?
Right, and then he said technically the moon is a hoax.
Well,
You believe in the moon landing hoax, and Mark Sargent says technically the moon's a hoax.
The moon
is a hoax? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Man,
hey,
somebody
speaking of the moon, speaking of the moon, here in about 4 days, is anybody going to try and find some sort of footage of the moon blocking Venus? Because we know that's going to happen.
It's
Are
like
you an
new moon phase. It's like hold on. It's like new moon phase right now. So it could be at the crescent moon, which would be interesting because the crescent moon shows up on the east or on the west side where the sun sets. So it could correlate.
Mm-hmm. And that's exactly
like the Islam symbol.
That's the second thing that I was going to mention.
Yeah,
is it's not even going to be a new moon, so there can't be there's a new moon, can't see where the moon is, you don't know if it was the moon. No, you're going to be able to see the moon. And the moon's going to block Venus.
Yeah, because the moon's like new right now. And in 4 days, it should be light, crescent light.
Yep. So my question
if we can see through it.
So, yeah, I don't think it's going to be see-through. That's my prediction.
Not only that, what does it mean? It doesn't mean shit at all.
Well, flat earthers and others have claimed that the moon is translucent and you can see stars behind it.
When do I make that claim? When do you make that claim?
I never made that claim. But I've always called out the people who did and asked them what's the evidence.
Yeah, dude, you can't know. You don't know if it's translucent or not because you've never been there. Agent, also, platypus. What does the star space stuff have to do with the ground? Go.
We're not allowed to try and figure out anything about space.
It doesn't tell you anything.
We know the moon is a satellite.
No, it tells you lights move in the sky in a pattern. That's it, dude. What else does it tell you?
They're making conclusions. They're making explanations. That's basically what it is.
See, here's the problem. Unless you can manipulate variables, you can't perform an experiment. Therefore, you can't make a claim.
People who study animals for a living in Africa or anywhere really in the world.
What does that have to do with the Earth, dude?
Hold on. People who study animals mostly do so by observing their behavior from a distance. Correct?
It's a false equivalency. Stars aren't.
No. I'm not making an equivalency between stars and animals. I'm going somewhere slightly different than that.
Okay. Wait, so there was a
You are
question. Did
correct.
I not answer the
They
question? Hold on,
observe
Patrick.
animals. They observe
Well,
their mating
hold-
practices. Yes, continue.
Yeah, you observe all that. So
people are capable of coming to a deeper understanding of those creatures by observing them from a distance, correct?
I mean, a deeper human understanding, sure, but yeah, no, I mean, overall, we don't know what the fuck they're doing. But yeah, you're right. You're right.
Can you tell how much the animal weighs from a distance?
Yeah, but if you weren't able to handle the animal, to grab them, to pick them up, to weigh them, to feed them, to check what's in their brains, you don't know that they're animals.
Did you know we learned a lot about cats when we hooked a GoPro up to a cat and watched its behavior for a week? Found out where it goes during the day.
I found out my
that its territory is huge.
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 That cat went. I believe I know the exact video you're talking about. If I remember correctly, there was one day where that cat just went off into fucking left field and went like 7.5 miles away from the house in the sun.
So in reality,
even
observing animals up close, we can't really truly get a nature of their behavior or understand their needs if, so we have to plant a camera on them, which is like a remote viewing type thing, but it's like a cursory first-person view of their world, of their interactions throughout the world, as opposed to looking at them from a distance through a camera.
Yeah, you can watch a pack of wolves from a distance.
Hold on,
Hank. You can watch a pack of wolves from a distance, and without ever going up and putting a camera on one, you can discern that they live in packs. They have some sort of a social structure. They hunt in groups. They all fulfill certain roles. There's all this shit you can figure out about stuff just by looking at it and using your fucking brain.
Okay, so interesting fact about wolves. They only howl at the frequency that doesn't bounce off the walls of a canyon or the forest. So their howl doesn't echo. Now, there's only one frequency that happens, and that's where they howl at, right? So, interesting fact about the wolf, right? Very interesting, but it's not a scientific fact, right? It's just a fact. So,
Hank, hold on. First of all, what you're saying makes absolutely no sense. If wolves only howled at one frequency, their wolf would sound like a constant tone, because a rise or fall of tone is a change in frequency. So what you just said makes absolutely
wolf howls
no sense.
don't echo. They don't
well,
echo.
I guess you'd have to take it up with the person who wrote the article that I read, or the YouTube channel that posted the video that I saw, right? But I want to point out, so how do you know that gravity is caused by the moon's... Sorry, I said it wrong. How do we know that the tides are caused by the moon's gravity and not something else?
And it's correlated with the light, apparently.
They'll say, what else could it be? And that's their evidence.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But there are precisely 2 high and low tides for every orbit of the moon around the Earth at a given spot.
So once a month?
Correct? No.
It takes 28 days for the moon to orbit the Earth.
I used the wrong word there. I'm forgetting the fact that the Earth. I'm forgetting the fact that the Earth rotates underneath it. So once not once every orbit, once every 24 hours, roughly every 24 hours.
So we get 1 tide every 24 hours.
No, you get 2.
Well, if the moon only passes by once because the Earth is rotating, then how do we get 2 if the moon passes once?
There is... I'm trying to remember how exactly that shit works. If memory serves me correctly, one of the tides is directly caused by the gravity of the moon, and the one that happens on the opposite side of the planet is some crazy shit also has to do with the moon, but I don't fully understand that one.
Crazy shit.
So the tide on the opposite side of the planet, it's all caused by the moon.
I was going to say, please don't be one of those people that says...
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I don't believe in gravity, remember? Not your gravity. So the tide that's on the opposite side of the moon, even though gravity pulls the tides up, somehow it's pushing the tide up on the other side. How does that work?
I just want to interject that there's 4 tides per day, 2 high, 2 low tides
It's
per day.
opposite of what you think. I mean, it's opposite of gravity. The tides, right?
So if there's 4 tides but only 1 moon pass, how do we know that that's what's causing it?
I would say it would be a mighty big coincidence, a mighty big one, that the tides coincide with where the moon is at all times.
Is that true?
Let me step into your model, okay? So I'm not talking about the flat Earth in any kind of way. I'm just talking about heliocentrism. How do we know that the Earth isn't slightly off tilt with its weight, and because of this, it causes the oceans to wobble slightly? And this wobbling of the oceans happens 4 times a day, right? Because it's off by that much. And the ancients, they stacked the pyramids and all these different rocks in different locations, and they were trying to stabilize the Earth rotation. How do we know that's not the cause? That the Earth isn't perfectly balanced. It's slightly oblate and pear-shaped.
I
And that's
like
what causes the tides.
Hank.
Because
I like
the
Hank's
tides
idea.
wobble. See, the thing is, you don't know what causes the tides, bro. And you just
And
cannot admit it.
the amount of mass on those pyramids actually is enough to offset the oblate effect and make it a perfect sphere.
And where are these pyramids usually at? Like in China and the equator, Mexico
In
City?
South America, Egypt,
Yeah.
and China, in one
So
straight
maybe the
line
ancients were trying to stable the wobble.
under Orion's belt.
I think they just wanted to make something that would withstand the test of time.
And
Which
they
it kinda
did.
has.
And we're not making stuff nowadays that will withstand the test of time at all, are we?
It's apples and oranges. Things that they
No,
made
it's
literally
not.
took hundreds of years to make.
The whole point is you don't know what causes them. But
Hang on, wait.
if you look it up on Google, right?
If it takes
and
100
you
years to make, then it lasts a billion years. Is that the point? And if it takes it quick to make, it doesn't last. Is that what you're saying? If he doesn't answer me, you can go ahead, Hank. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
What was that? The
we're
last
just pointing
question
out-
that was asked, I did not hear.
Go ahead.
You said apples and oranges. I said, so if something takes a long time to make it, it's going to last a billion years. But if it's a short time to make it, it doesn't last. Is that your theory?
No, I'm just saying when, like the pyramids specifically, when they built those, it didn't take a year or 5 years or 10 years. It literally took hundreds of years for them to do that. That was a project that was handed
how
down
is it apples
from
and oranges, though?
Well, because if we buried 650 years into some sort of construction project in this day and age, I don't even know what the fuck we could make with that kind of time.
But that would never happen, would it? In this time, would it?
Well, it wouldn't have to happen because it
would be too expensive, so it wouldn't happen.
Well, it's not even that. We've got heavy machinery and shit that would make us do a comparable job in a fraction of the time.
But we never made it, and we're not making it, and we're not making those structures nowadays. And it could really never happen nowadays, could it?
You're kind of helping them obfuscate a little bit, bro. Just to be honest.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
So my point was that you don't know what caused the tides, but because you see it on Google, right, you think that you know what caused the tides, but really it's a belief, isn't it?
I got a true-false question for you, Hank.
Okay.
Will you promise me that you will answer the question with either true or false?
No, I ain't doing that bullshit. Fuck that.
No? Okay.
It's against my religion.
That's pigeonholing. That's pigeonholing, Platypus.
I'll ask the question anyway.
Yeah, ask the question.
Does at least one, I was going to say does high tide, does one of the high tides, how should I word this? Does every other high tide happen when the moon is directly overhead?
I don't know for sure, but I
Yeah,
believe yes.
the night high tide happens when the moon, not just directly, but the time frame at night, the time at night. In the middle of the night, the shore goes out, like say 5 feet, for example, 10 feet.
Like I said, I don't know for sure because I don't live next to the shore, but I'm assuming yes. Correct? Hello? Mic check?
Which is opposite what you expect, because if the moon was overhead, it would be pulling the water, which would be pulling the middle of the ocean, which would be receding the tides. But instead, the tides go out as if the moon is pushing down the water, making the tides go out, high tide, at night. So opposite of what gravity would do.
Okay, so I got this theory, right? It's not a scientific theory, but it's called the dark grass theory. And the dark grass is what causes the tides, right? So how do we know it's not the dark grass that's invisible because it doesn't interact with light on the dark side of the moon that's causing this via, I don't know, electromagnetism, because salt water can hold a charge. So how do we know it's not, the moon's electromagnetic field from the dark grass perturbing the water and causing it to tide?
I feel like I'm walking into something by asking this question, but what do you mean by dark grass?
It's a theory that I have.
Care to elaborate?
Yeah, it's just an alternative theory to the it's an alternative theory to the moon's gravity causing the tide.
Right, I'm asking you to elaborate. I'm curious.
I just did. It's an alternative theory to the cause of the tides.
In what way? Like
with electromagnetism rather than gravity.
Explain how that works.
Electromagnetism affects things way more than the force of gravity allegedly so-called does, because you can pick up cars and defy gravity with electromagnets. So how do you know it's not the dark grass on the moon that's causing the tides? How do you know it's not that? How do you know that it's gravity? Because electromagnetism is stronger. So when you see the moon over the first tide, right, it's because that's the point to where the electromagnetism is strongest, and it attracts all the minerals and the salt that's in the sea, because it's not just salt, right? There's also
are you
iron
talking
particles.
Hold on. Are you talking about electromagnetism, or are you talking about true magnetism?
Let's say I'm an electric universe guy, and I'm talking about electromagnetism.
Okay, all right. I'm getting it now. You don't really have a theory. You're throwing out a random theory you pulled out of your ass to try and make some kind of a you don't understand what causes the tides argument.
Isn't that what you guys do? I mean, you guys can make up like 96% of the universe. I can't make up some dark grass on the moon.
I would love to hear you come up with any kind of an explanation for the tides, quite frankly.
I just did. It's the dark grass.
No, I don't mean ironically. I mean legitimately.
What do you mean ironically? Oh, so dark matter is legitimate, but dark grass is not? What makes that theory more legitimate than mine? Because mine explains how the tides work, and the tides happen, therefore it has to be true, right?
Where's your science?
That's a good question. It's not a scientific theory. It's just a colloquial theory. Let's call it a hypothesis. See, now you're starting to think about a flat earther. I really appreciate that, bro. You did good, Platypus. Where's your science? Now, let's hear you ask that question about this theory. I have a theory that the moon's gravity caused the tides. What was your question again? Where is your science? Where is your knowledge? How do you know that? Go ahead and ask it, Platypus. How do I know that the moon's gravity caused the tides?
I believe if I were coming up with this independently on my own for the first time, My question would be, what causes the tides? Because the tides would be the thing that you actually observe. So I'd have to start
That's a
searching
good question.
I'd have to start searching for some sort of a plausible explanation that I could elaborate on.
No, not that you could elaborate. Something you could manipulate on. Something you can manipulate to turn it on and off so you can see if it is the cause. Because at this point, we don't know if it's electromagnetism that causes the tides,
Dude,
or
I'm
it's your
getting
gravity.
so tired of this. I'm getting tired of this. I can't personally put my finger on the moon, therefore I can't know a thing about it nonsense. It's possible to learn something about
we got competing
another thing.
theories. Mine's just as valid as yours.
I think what Hank is saying is, where is your science for what you are putting forth? Because you brought up the tides and how the moon affects them. So Hank's just basically throwing your question back at you and saying, where is your science? And you saying you not being able to touch the moon isn't providing the science for you originally saying that the moon causes the tides.
My original point is that it's possible to learn the nature of something without actually touching it. All you have to do is observe things and use brain cells while observing them.
I think they have to say brain cells.
Okay. I'm observing the moon. I'm thinking that it's causing the tide, but I'm not sure if it's the moon's gravity or if it's the moon's electromagnetism that's causing the tide.
Well,
so how do I figure out which one it is?
What about the cheese?
Well, hold on. Let's right there. Let's ask ourselves which one of those two options would be the most likely at face value.
Neither.
Magnetism is much stronger, so magnetism.
Well, what's the difference between gravity and magnetism?
I can demonstrate one.
Well, gravity affects anything with, it starts with an M.
Made up
Mass?
bullshit?
It starts with an M. There you go. Magnetism, however, does not affect everything that has mass. Magnetism is actually very selective in what it affects and does not affect.
Can you demonstrate that gravity affects everything with mass?
So here's a simple way to take some experimenting that you could do. First, you'd have to determine that seawater is even susceptible to a magnetic pull of some kind. Now, there's magnets down here on Earth. You can even make an electromagnet if you wanted and put one next to some seawater or take it down to the ocean, put it next to the ocean.
Well, you see, it can't just affect a cup of seawater because it's not big enough. See, the whole ocean has to be involved or you can't test it. And you can't test the whole ocean, so you can't test it. See how that works? Not falsifiable.
Well, fun fact, the closer you are to the source of electromagnetism, the stronger the electromagnetic force is.
Same thing with gravity, but yet every time I open my propane tank, it spews out regardless of the mass, the amount of mass in the propane tank attracting the gas.
We were talking, I thought we were talking about your dark grass thing right now.
We're talking about both. They're competing theories. We don't know which is causing the tides. You got a theory, I got a theory. How do we figure out which one's true? That's where we're at right now. Keep up.
Yeah.
So, like I said, every time I open the propane nozzle, right, the propane spews out regardless of the fact that there's more mass in the bottom of the tank than there is at the top of the tank, right? It's 14.7 psi at the top of the tank, but at the bottom of the tank, it's 250 psi. Is that more mass, 250 psi? Is that more mass at the bottom?
PSI is a quantification of pressure,
of mass.
Not mass. No, it's not.
So there's not more mass at the bottom. Is that your claim?
Okay. If I take a not even steel. If I take a sealed container and perfectly sealed, everything inside of the container cannot get out, correct? If I take that container and I heat it up, what's going to happen to the pressure inside of that container? It's going to increase. Did the amount of matter inside that container change? No, it did not. That's because
But
PSI
the energy did.
That's because PSI is a quantification of pressure, not mass.
I never said that PSI was due to the mass. But increasing the mass inside of a volume will increase the pressure. So they are related, right?
Increasing the mass inside of a volume will increase the pressure.
Right, so if I add more gas, let's say I'm slightly suicidal and I'm cheap and I don't want to come back to the propane guy and he walks away, so he doesn't see me put 275 in there. Is that going to increase the pressure because I increased the mass?
I would say that's the wrong way to look at it. It's not really the...
It's a yes or no question.
But it's not really the increase in mass that is causing that. It's the differential between the pressure inside the canister and the atmospheric pressure.
That's more like it. Now you're thinking like a flat earther again. Now you're searching for more variables that might be causing the same effect. And I really appreciate that. See, but when we go to your side and we start talking about the gravity
right now, Hank? See, here's the
cause.
Thing.
The cause, bro. Cause and effect. That's what we're talking about.
What?
We're talking about how do you know how. That's exactly what I'm talking about. How do you know the cause of something? Because you can't just observe it and tell what the cause is, right? Like you look at, your scientific method says to ask a question. Okay, so I haven't observed any phenomenon. What am I asking a question about? Isn't that your scientific method? Where everybody has their own truth scientific method? So what am I asking a question about if I haven't observed anything yet? I just walk out in the forest and like, what caused this tree? Well, there's a germ theory, right? Maybe there was a seed plant in the ground there and that's what caused the tree. But how do you really know? What if somebody just took a piece of another tree and dipped it in that root making stuff and then put it down like that? What caused the tree to be there? Was it another tree? Or was it human? How do you know?
Could have been the termites.
Yeah, maybe the termites got their asses kicked by an ant, and they had one seed that they took away, and they got their asses kicked again and dropped that seed. Maybe the termites put that seed there. Right? I mean, it's a good theory that it was a germ. The germ theory is a good theory. Right? But maybe it was something else. Maybe Johnny Appleseed, right? Maybe he was running from Paul Bunyan and he planted some seeds right before he ran off, right?
Actually, in the world, many causes, there are many causes. It's not just one. One thing happens here, but in a different place, something else is caused by something else.
It's a really
like
strange. It's a really strange question to ask. You're asking how an individual tree ended up where it currently is. That's just
that's science, right? Ask a question.
But it's a strange. It's like me going to Meijer, going to the fish aisle where they sell goldfish, looking at one individual goldfish in there and thinking, I wonder how that little fucker got in there.
Well, see, here's the thing. When I start talking about my theory, right, you start asking questions about all the different kinds of variables. But when we talk about your theory, you completely ignore the variables, and it has to be gravity. It can't be anything else. So you did it twice tonight. I was really proud. I was really proud of you.
I would
when you
point
started
out
asking about the variables.
Another major difference between the thing that you were trying to do as an intellectual exercise and the gravity of the moon thing is I'm not ad hocing some totally new thing to independently come up with an explanation for how the tides work. It's explained by something else that's already determined. Like, I don't have to come up with a brand new theory about all sorts of crazy shit to explain the tides and their relation to the moon. That just
Well,
falls
no, I
into
thought
place with
science is
You
gravity
have to
always
give
But
always
any
you
open to
haven't
demonstration.
explanation.
you haven't
Sorry, I thought
demonstrated
science
that the
was never
moon.
afraid of investigation. I thought science was always open to change. And you're asking me, like, why are you trying to, like, ask questions? Like, why do you want to know what the cause is? Like,
Hank,
why are you doing
I
this?
want you to ask questions, Hank. The problem is you need to recognize when you've stumbled onto the answer. Because, yeah, it's great to ask questions, but at some point you have to realize that you've found the answer and continuing to ask the question from that point.
So,
At
when do you
some
figure that
point,
out?
The answer
okay,
is
like,
the answer a nice story they made up. Is that the answer? The moon causing the tides? You're invoking a force that has never been demonstrated, proven. They say there is no relation between gravity and magnetism. Yet the downward acceleration can be directly affected by magnetism, by manipulating magnetism. Mic check?
I hear
Still
what you're
there.
You're there.
saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, he fun.
thank you. So it's very weird to invoke this force.
So, Hank, you think the intellectually honest thing to do is to ask questions and seek answers, right?
Yeah,
Why do things
test
fall
all
to the ground?
things.
Why do things fall to the ground?
As far as I could tell, things fall to the ground because lack of buoyant force.
Buoyancy is not a force.
So the force that is holding up the apple in a pool of water, it's not a force, even though it's holding it up, and it must require some sort of force because, according to you, gravity is pulling it down if you're Newtonian, or pushing it down if you're Einsteinian. So what is the opposing force keeping this apple at equilibrium?
You got two things competing to occupy that space. You have the apple and you have the liquid around the apple.
Okay.
That's why buoyancy is directly affected by displacement. The more you displace, the stronger the buoyancy is going to be.
But the buoyancy is not
That's
a force.
okay. That's okay. That's why you can take a ball of aluminum and put it in water and it will sink. But if you flatten the aluminum out into a bowl-like shape and put it in the water again, now suddenly it magically floats.
It doesn't
Oh,
magically
It's
float. It
because
seeks
one
equilibrium,
moment.
just like the second
One
law of
moment.
thermodynamics dictates. It's going to
So
seek equilibrium.
I didn't change the atomic properties of the aluminum, nor did I change the atomic properties of the water. It's still
Right, you just
aluminum
changed the
touching
relative
water.
density, proving that that's the cause of it floating.
How did I change the relative density?
Because when you shaped it into a bowl, you increased the volume by an order of magnitude at least. And when you increase the volume, it directly affects the relative density, also known as specific gravity. And when you did this one thing that you manipulated, it's the independent variable, also known as the cause. So the reason that it floats is because you caused it by changing its relative density.
Oh, okay. So in your world, balling the aluminum up into a ball causes it to weigh more than it does when it's flat as a sheet. Because that's how that works, right? If I take the same sheet of aluminum and ball it up, now it suddenly weighs more, correct? Oh, no, wait. That's
No, it
not
doesn't
how
weigh
that
more.
works.
It doesn't weigh
Exactly.
more.
Exactly.
It's the same weight. It's you've changed the volume. Again, changing the relative density,
No, you
causing
haven't
it to
changed.
fall.
You have not changed the volume. You've changed the area.
well, actually, when you condense a material, when you compact a material into a ball, is the shape which has the highest density per volume shape, the ball shape. When you make it a cube, that's where you will have a higher volume.
So I'm pretty sure when you take the aluminum bowl and you wad it up into a ball, you've decreased the volume of the object and nothing else. Is that correct?
No, but is this
no, if
decrease in
if you want to,
surface? You know,
hold on a minute. Hold on, get. So, Hank, if you want to be technical, you're not really changing the volume of that aluminum at all. When you crumble it up, it's still the flat sheet of aluminum. It's just got a shitload of bends and stuff in it. And if you could actually sit there and figure out the volume of that sheet, taking into account all the folds and creases and shit you've just put into it, it's still going to crunch out to the exact same number.
I disagree. I think that if you have a bowl of aluminum foil, you can pour water into it, and it's going to hold a certain volume. And then if you wad it up and pour more water onto it, it's going to hold a lot less. Is that correct or incorrect?
That has nothing to do with its volume or its density. That has
maybe
to
we
do
need
with
to
its
maybe we need to define some words. Can you define volume for me?
Volume is mass over area, or do I have that backwards? Hold on.
No, it's not mass over area.
I think I'm substituting density with volume here. Hold on. All right, enlighten me, Hank.
Yeah, I'm driving, so
and I've had no caffeine. It's 12:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not tripping on you, bro. Just trying to have a conversation.
Platypus, where the fuck are you?
I'm not tripping. Can somebody define volume for
in
me?
Africa?
Maybe
He's in Africa, guys.
No, I'm in Michigan.
It's not
He's
12:30
in
a.m.,
Greenland.
Bro, it's
PM,
12:37 a.m.
Can we stop obfuscating, please?
Dude,
it's 11:37, and the time where it is where I am is the only time. Okay, God. I'm telling a joke.
Length.
It's all good.
Length, width, height, cube. Yeah.
Say it again. Get.
You multiply the length, width, and height. You get the volume. You know, the cube.
Length, width, and what?
Height.
Depth.
Height.
What's height?
Height.
Height. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when the ball is crumbled up into a little ball slightly the size of a marble, does it have less or more volume according to when it's like a bowl? Platypus.
God, it's such a weird question to answer.
Obviously, it has more length, width, and height when it's not crumbled up into a little ball, right?
I get what you're saying, taking that aluminum and causing it to occupy less three-dimensional space.
Yeah, that decreases its volume, right?
No, the volume is the same, but the size of the surface, you exaggerate.
No, the volume isn't the same.
The surface.
If it's a bowl, it's going to have a lot more depth or height, like you said.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot higher than when you crumble it up into a little ball.
No,
so when you crumble it up into a little ball, Okay, so
Like,
we can't agree on the
imagine.
word volume.
Hold on. Here's my point. Imagine a sheet of aluminum foil that, let's give it dimensions that are easy to understand. Normally, aluminum foil is really thin, but let's just say it's an inch thick. All right, you get a sheet of aluminum foil that's 10 inches by 10 inches by 1 inch. All right. If you take that aluminum, it's not really foil; it's an aluminum slab. But if you fold it up and tie it into a fucking animal balloon, yet you're changing its shape, but you're not really changing its volume. It's still the same amount of aluminum.
Can you fold it more than 7 times?
Mythbusters proved that yes, you can fold it more than 7 times.
Yeah.
Oh no, a TV show doesn't prove anything. Sorry, try again.
Yeah, I'm pretty amazed that we can't agree on the definition of volume at this point, because I've known the definition of volume since I was like in middle school. So how is it that we can't agree that volume is height, width, and depth, or length, width, and height?
But volume is subjective. It depends on what you're talking about. Like, there's a different calculation to crunch the volume of a sphere, for example, than there is for a cube.
Well, hey, take a sheet of aluminum foil.
A quick question.
Hang on. Is there more volume if it's denser? Is there more volume if it's denser or not?
No, it's the same amount of volume. It's the same amount of material. It doesn't matter how dense it is. Like if a piece of aluminum foil was turned into one of those shiny metal balls, albeit it would be a small one or whatever, it would still be the same amount of aluminum as it was as when it was large, unless the polishing part removed material.
Well,
so what's the
Josh? Assuming you would polish it,
it would just be a different area.
But it would be the same volume.
Yes, it would be the same volume, but the area would be different.
Yeah, Platypus, I have a quick question, and I'm off to work. In relation to density and weight, and you have something aluminum, yeah. You hold it in your hand, it stays there in your hand, and you feel it. Its weight. But you take now some helium, you pour it, and it doesn't stay in your hand, correct?
Neither one of them will, if you let go of them, yes.
I mean, if you put a piece of aluminum in your hand, it's not going to stay there if you hold it.
Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. But when you're pouring helium, it's not going to stay there. Now, if you take a piece of graphene aerogel and put it in your hand, what will happen?
I believe
it's 7 times
aerogel
lighter
still
than the air. It is 7 times lighter than the air.
Yeah, but aerogel doesn't float. I do not believe.
Why? Why?
Because it's a solid.
You see?
But it's less dense.
So the state,
like helium is less dense.
Yeah.
How come it doesn't float like helium?
The state of matter which is in is also very important. Not just density and mass. So thank you. I have to go now.
Yeah, I seen one of these things. It wasn't aerogel, but it was just graphene. It was a reaction that these guys did in India, and they had this flour, and they took this big clump of this graphene and set it on top of this flour, and the flour was able to support it and didn't
on
bend
the stem of the flower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And they want to say that graphene aerogel is like a sponge and it has air inside. And when you're weighing graphene aerogel, that you're actually weighing also the weight of the air. But when you take a scale in your room and you set it to 0, you're not going to see that scale weighing the air in your room. And when you put a piece of metal, of gold, you will be weighing only that piece of gold. You're not going to be weighing the air from the room also with that
because the air
gold.
is trapped inside the matrix of the crystal
Yeah,
structure.
it's
Don't you
not
think?
trapped. It's like a sponge. It flows through freely.
Well,
Don't
I'm
you guys
saying
think that
like
the
trapped
claims of
as in like cement
Yeah.
traps the water.
don't you guys think the claims of aerogel being 7 times lighter than air is retarded anyway? Like, have they proved
It's
this, or is it just a
exaggerated.
marketing gimmick?
Yeah, it's exaggerated, but it's something. It's out there, which they say. So
How do you know? Like,
Exactly.
it
That's
sounds to
why
me
I'm
like a marketing
saying,
gimmick.
I
why
haven't
doesn't it
tested
float like
myself.
helium?
Yeah,
Imagine if we could
exactly.
create a solid that would float like helium. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wouldn't the fact that it doesn't float be evidence against the claim that it is 7 times lighter?
Yep. But the thing is that it is extremely not dense at all, like very light.
Yeah, it might be. It might be light. It might be extremely light for a solid, but lighter than air? Well, wouldn't it have to float in air for that to be true?
I was told if you were holding a piece of aerogel that was a 1-inch cube, most people would not even be able to
Sense
detect the
that they have it
presence
in their
of
hand
it
too.
on their hand.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if it was extremely light, but we're
Okay.
talking about something that's lighter than air. That's a
I
very
got-
different claim to something that's extremely light.
If it were anything that's lighter than air, and by air meaning like the atmosphere down here at ground level, it would just float up into the air.
Well, that's exactly what
It
I'm
would
saying.
just float up. And aerogel doesn't do that.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
so when the makers of these different, because there's different brands of aerogel, aren't there, and they make it out of different materials and stuff, and they say, I've seen the adverts. They're like, oh, it's 7 times lighter than air, and you're like, no, it's not. It doesn't float. It isn't.
Now, see, like this aerogel stuff, it's mainly air, right? That's why the air and silica, right? And they usually make it with this material that's able to be dissolved through supercritical fluids. I can't remember which gas they use. I think it's methane, supercritical methane. And it dissolves the substructure to where you're just left with a lattice structure that's somewhat rigid and strong, but it's also brittle.
This is going to blow your mind. It's carbon dioxide, actually.
Yeah, that's
I watched a guy do I watched a guy make a homemade pressure chamber where he tried to make
aerogel. Was this applied science?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Can we get back on track? I just defined volume, right? So this is a scientific definition. So do you agree to the definition that I just posted?
Let's look here.
Volume is the amount of space occupied by a substance, correct? While mass is how much matter it contains. Well, what is matter?
So if you got a sheet of aluminum foil, like the kind that you grill with, the heavy duty kind,
yep,
and it's flat, it's not taking up but very small amount of the 3 dimensions. Right? But when you
small
fold
area.
it, right, when you fold it and you make it the shape of a bowl or a ship, right, you then increase the volume, the amount of space that sheet is taking up, correct?
Hank, I need you to try and turn on the abstract thinking portion of your brain for this one. And that sounds insulting. I don't mean it that way. I mean, you need to look at this like me and Josh are looking at this.
Hold on. The thing is when you weigh it, it's still going to weigh the same amount.
Exactly.
Right,
now,
because the mass
what
didn't
is the difference of
change.
area?
Only the
volume
changed. Right?
Okay, Hank,
well, that could also have to
take
do
the
with
aluminum
expansion too.
Okay, if I take the sheet of aluminum and I tear it in half and I walk the 2 halves to 2 different corners of my room, does the aluminum take up more or less space now? Does it, if I increased or decreased its volume?
Well, volume is a
Neither.
unit of capacity, isn't it?
Neither.
whereas areas
As long as you're counting
So wait a
both
minute.
sheets,
unit
it's
of
the same.
footage.
Wait,
As long
hold
as you
on.
didn't
So
change the
you mean
shape,
I'm not allowed to?
and
Hold
you
on. Because if I try to put a measuring tape to it, now they're extremely far apart. You mean I can't count all of the empty air in between those pieces of aluminum
no,
as
because you
part of the
got two
volume?
pieces of aluminum with two separate volumes that add up to the same amount of volume before you tore it in half. Unless
Exactly.
you
So if you
change.
crush your aluminum
Hold
into
on,
a
bro. Hold
ball,
on, bro. Hold on,
yep.
bro.
All right.
Unless you bent it or curved it in some sort of way while you were cutting it in half.
Yeah, I think I got it. We've all been to IKEA, right?
Hank, if he bends it, it's the same volume. What are you talking about?
No,
Everyone's been
if he
to
bends
IKEA
it in.
before, right?
Hold on, someone's talking. Can you speak up a little bit, sir?
It's Fuzzy Swan and Fuzzy. We cannot actually discern what you are saying.
How about now? Is this better?
A lot better.
Sorry. Okay, so we've all been to IKEA before, correct? Right? We all get a little box, but inside that box is all the materials to create a big desk, right? At first, the volume of all that material is a very thin, small box. But when you put it all together, same material, it occupies a much bigger space with the same material.
Yeah, but the box is
Somebody got it.
the box is an arbitrary illusion because the box
Right,
has
but
nothing to do with.
the same
Okay, hold on.
material
When you
takes up
finish
a
putting the
different
desk
volume.
together, where does the box go on the desk?
On top of the desk.
Can you get the desk ever back in the box once it's completed? It's the same material, so it takes up the same volume, right?
If you broke it down into you're physically
but we're not,
constrained
though.
from
Yes,
breaking
the
it back
surface
down into
area
its smaller
changes.
pieces.
But we're not. The point is that the same material can occupy a larger volume.
Exactly, and in doing so, changing the relative density.
No, incorrect. Because you're
You're
looking
also
at it.
changing the surface tension.
You're only thinking about the dimensions of a box in 3 dimensions that you would have to put around the parts of that desk in its disassembled state versus its assembled state. What you need to be looking at is how much volume each of those individual pieces takes up. The desk still occupies the desk is the same
Right.
volume. If you put the parts of the desk unassembled on a scale and weigh them, and then you put the assembled desk on a scale and weigh it, they weigh exactly the same. Because it's the same amount of
We're not talking
material.
about weight, we're talking about volume.
Fit through the same door.
It's the same amount of material occupying the same
This is
amount
real
of
simple.
space.
Okay, let's say I got a condom, right? And I open it up and I put it to my mouth and I blow it up, right? So what did I do? Did I increase the weight? Did I increase the mass of the balloon itself, the condom itself? No. The only thing I did was increase the volume, right? And then if you pop it, right, what does that do? Does it increase the weight, decrease the weight? Does it decrease the mass?
See, that's the
No.
problem, Hank.
It only
Volume-
decreases the volume.
Volume indicates capacity.
Right, so if they're
Unit of
Trojan Magnums,
capacity.
right, because you don't want to buy shrink wrap, that's going to have quite a bit of volume, right? Especially if you stretch it out all the way.
Well, yeah, a blown up condom will have more surface area as
I will be back in 2 minutes. I got to change out my vaping cartridge.
Good luck with that.
Oh, with the douche flute. Yeah, good luck. What flavor?
Hey, for your information, I use it as a way to not smoke real cigarettes, and I've gotten to the point where I don't even have nicotine in my vape anymore.
Nicotine
What
has
flavor?
health benefits.
Well, there may not be any nicotine in it, but I do.
Congratulations.
Tobacco flavor?
No, it's berry and menthol.
Menthol? What the fuck, man? That menthol is just gonna kill you, dude.
Because it's
You know
cooling,
that shit
man. It
crystallizes
feels
in your
good.
lungs, right?
It does
How
not.
quickly? Seriously,
It's a
guys?
crystal.
Platypus, you've been in this conversation for years now, and we're just working on what volume is at this point.
I didn't even bring up volume. That was
Yeah,
all
but
Hank's
how do you
doing.
not know what volume is?
Does raise an interesting question, though, talking about the desk, because if you were to say just get rid of a desk and talk about sponge, right? So you got sponge, you got sponge in air, and then let's just say that theoretically this sponge can keep the air holes without taking in extra water. Just this is a magical sponge for some reason it can't suck in water. And then you had another and then you put that sponge in water, it would actually be more capable of floating than the sponge that didn't have any air in it. So there would be a difference there, and I think that's what Hank is trying to indicate to you, is that a sponge with little air pockets is going to have a different, for the sake of argument, let's call it a relative density coefficient, right? Just because I just made that term up. That would be different, even though the two sponges, let's just say you had two sponges and one of them was only capable of having air pockets. They would act differently in water, but they would weigh the same on a scale.
That's a strange fucking word, sponge.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I think that's what Hank is trying to indicate to you. But I just used kind of a simpler comparison between two sponges.
Isn't it kind of funny where like the natural sea sponge will sink while where like the synthetic ones will kind of have neutral buoyancy?
Well, if sea sponge naturally floated, they'd have a real problem out there in the
Oh,
ocean.
I know. It's just it's odd. I don't even know what they're made of.
It's because.
Platypus,
Hold
can
on.
you define? Go ahead.
I thought it was somebody else, Hank, not you. You go ahead.
I just want to know if you understand what volume means. Can you define volume?
We just went over volume for like 30 minutes, and two.
Yeah, but I don't think you understand it.
Still don't get it.
I think you and I are looking at it two different ways depending on what the scenario is.
Okay, so I got a propane tank, right? It's completely empty, right? And then I sat on it and I crushed it into a tiny little flat broken propane tank. Did I increase or decrease the volume of the tank?
No.
No.
It's not a no answer. It's a. Did I increase or decrease the volume?
Okay, yes.
It's not a yes answer. It's not a yes or no answer.
C.
Come on, platypus, help me out. Did I squashed the can with my bare foot. Did I increase or decrease the volume of the Coke can?
Dude, this is so simple. This is such a simple question.
You did neither of those things.
Okay.
My God.
We're done.
Yeah, this is a waste of everyone's time.
I just want to apologize to the room for wasting 30 minutes to expose the fact that platypus doesn't know what volume means. I'm sorry it took me so long. I just couldn't understand why he didn't know, because I assumed that, a man that worked in a submarine would know about volume.
You would think that, wouldn't you?
Okay. Well, I gotta tell you something. That has nothing to do with the fucking ground.
The ground is the truth.
I'm not gonna type anymore in the YouTube chat, though. I will tell you. I'm just burnt out from it. I've been destroying people left and right all day, handfuls of them, and I'm just like, alrighty.
Good
Yeah,
for
I
you,
use
sir.
it every day too.
Yeah, I used my brain power quotient for the day on these fucking losers. But anyway,
You notice
how are you
how
guys
it
doing?
says active member of the satiric group known as the Flat Earth Society of Canada. This is Leo Charles Ferrari.
How do you not know what volume is if you've been in the server for like years?
He's just being a hardhead. He's trying to make it difficult.
He's trying to not focus on the flat Earth. Okay, so we should keep
called
it on
Will.
flat Earth.
Great.
I think he knew that I had him in a corner, so the only thing that he could do was like throw out his like understanding of volume to
Hank,
obfuscate.
do you know what his his definition of volume is? Explain to me why there's a discussion about this.
His definition of volume?
Yes.
I don't think he has one.
Okay, so there's no connection in logic between you two.
Yeah, we can't carry on the conversation any further. Because he doesn't know if you crush a Coke can with your foot, an empty Coke can, if it decreased or increased the volume. And, you know, it's a 50-50 chance you'll get it right if you guess. But he didn't even guess.
Hey, Hank, when you take that can of Coke out of the 12-pack and you're just holding the can there, you haven't opened it yet. All right, so you got your can. Now you pop the top on the can. Just pop the top. Have you increased or decreased the volume of the can?
Decreased.
You've what?
Decreased.
How so?
Because the pressure inside of the can was pushing outwards. When you pop the top, that pressure gets released. And now the pressure of the atmosphere pushes down pushes in all directions against the Coke can without resistance. And it decreases slightly the volume of the Coke can.
Okay, you're talking about the volume inside the can. I'm talking about the volume of the can.
I'm talking about the volume of the can.
The volume of the can.
Of the can.
Has
it slightly
not
decreases when you release the pressure that was pressing out in all directions when you pop the top.
Hang on. You
mean
guys
the
are talking about
pressure?
two different things.
Right. That's what he say. Thank you. That's what he doesn't.
You guys are talking about two different things. He's talking about the volume of the aluminum, and you're talking about the volume inside the aluminum container. That's
Dude,
the
the
difference,
volume
right?
inside the aluminum is part of the volume of the can. It's
negative,
the same thing.
Ghost Rider. Negative. It's
Nobody-
what you don't get.
Nobody in the
Guys,
world would say.
guys,
how much
please, I love you so much. I love you so much. We need to stop talking about this, please. We got a new person in the server. Their name is Disrespectful People 1. I have a feeling they're a troll. So if you
Dude,
want to
let's
pick
ask
someone
him if
apart,
he
y'all.
knows. Yeah, let's ask him if he knows. So, hey,
Joe
welcome
Biden
to
is
the
just
server.
Hillary Clinton with a smaller dick.
He needs perms.
Oh.
I'll duck
Somebody
out of
oughta-
here for the night. On that note,
Yeah.
then.
Oh, okay.
Do your
Well,
research on volume.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning, man. I gotta go to bed.
Oh yeah, get some rest. So
Good night there.
I apologize for stepping on toes, guys. I really do apologize for stepping on toes, but you guys were gonna go on and on and on and on about volume, so I just had to quit it for you.
Platypus, get the Flat Earth app and track yourself and say you're a Flat Earther. Okay, go.
I mean, it
I
demonstrates
think he knows.
Yeah, that's them. That's telling to anyone listening to him that he doesn't know what he's talking about. At this point, no one says, how much aluminum do you got here? Oh, well, we got a volume of. No one weighs or counts aluminum in volume, unless it's a big chunk, like a cubic meter of aluminum.
Anyway.
But this is unbelievable that he's been here for this long.
Yeah, literally.
All right, so is there disrespectful people?
Throw out his understanding of volume, because I really had him in a corner when I was talking about the relative density.
I agree. All right, last
Well,
time.
I'm not a
Disrespectful
moderator,
people
so I
doesn't have
can't
VC
unmute him.
verify. Oh, okay. Hank, are you a mod? No.
Not yet.
Why not? Why isn't Hank a mod, guys? What's going on here?
He's been a gold as long as I've been a member.
Huh.
Which isn't that long.
Right.
From what, like February or April or some shit?
No,
Hi,
I'm not a mod.
guys.
Hi, how you
Hello.
doing? What brought you to the server?
Me?
Yeah, what brings you here?
Oh, well, I like to learn more about everyone's opinions and stuff. So yeah.
Well, what's your opinion? What do you think you live on? You think you live on a spinning water ball?
Honestly, I just want to see, like, I'm looking at both views to understand it more. That's all.
All right, so here's the thing. We're going to ask you a few questions. There's no right or wrong. I'm not trying to debate you. I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha. We're just trying to see what you know. So if you say that you don't know, we're going to take that as you're being honest. And if you say that you do know, we're going to make sure that you're honest by asking you how you know. Okay? 3 simple questions. You ready?
Okay.
So, no right or wrong answer, just whatever the truth is. So, anytime in ancient history, up until modern times, has anyone directly measured Earth curvature that you know of? And if so, how did they do it?
I have no idea.
All right,
No
excellent.
clue.
Moving right along. Second claim of the globe Earth model is that the Earth spins on the axis. Anytime in ancient history, up until now, has anyone measured the Earth spinning, directly measured the Earth spin?
No, I don't know.
All right, moving right along. Third question. Anytime in ancient history up until now, has anyone demonstrated gas pressure without a vacuum? I'm sorry, excuse me, without a container.
Gas pressure. Okay.
Right, because they claim that the Earth is sitting in the middle of a near perfect vacuum of space, right?
Mhm.
So has anyone ever demonstrated?
I think they're talking about gravity.
Okay,
Like,
so gravity is a theory, right? And if
yeah.
gravity can contain gas, then if I open my propane tank on the ground, then the gravity should hold the gas pressure in, right?
I think so.
But it doesn't. When I open my propane tank, every time it spews out the top really fast at first, and then it slows down until it stops and reaches equilibrium, like a tire.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
can you have pressure on your rims without the tire?
I guess not.
Nope. Right. So, that's the 3 claims that the globe model makes. So, last thing, close your eyes. And when I say the word, you're going to tell me what pops into your mind's eye, okay?
Okay.
Earth. What do you see in your mind's eye?
A place where we live in.
Can you describe it with a little more detail? What does
Um,
it look like?
well, there's 2 opinions. Some people say it's flat and some people say it's round. So um usually when someone says earth, they think about like a ball, like a round thing. So, yeah.
But it sounds like you're on the fence and you're just trying to figure out if you live on a flat Earth or a sphere. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just wondering. Like, I want to know everyone else's opinions and like stuff,
Okay.
you know.
All right. So I'll tell you what. I'm going to let you talk to everyone else after I tell you this one thing. I don't have an opinion on the shape of the Earth. I have knowledge. So to show you the difference, everyone in this Discord may believe that I have 10 toes, but I'm the only one that has primary first-hand knowledge that I have 10 toes. Everyone else may believe I have 8, 9, 10, but I'm
12.
the one that knows. Okay, so I've measured the Earth myself over a large body of water, 10 miles across, and I know that there was no curvature that I could detect because I could see the buildings that should have been hidden by 66 feet of curvature. So, do you have any questions for everybody else in the room? And thanks for playing.
Not yet, but thank you for your information.
So, can you Google the radius of the Earth for me?
Me?
Yeah, just go to any search
Okay.
website,
The
search engine.
radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers.
Okay, so can you go back to Google or whatever in your search engine and find an Earth curve calculator?
Okay.
All right, now type in 1 foot observer height. It should say observer height or viewing height.
It says eye height.
Eye height, 1 foot. Type in 1 foot.
Okay.
Now, it should give you the horizon distance as 1.225 miles.
It also wants the target distance too.
You don't have to type that in. Do you see where it says horizon distance at 1.225 miles?
Oh yeah.
All right, so now you know that every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So at 1 foot, it's going to be 1.225 miles away. That's where the horizon is going to be, right?
Yes.
So you can measure the Earth. And when you do this, if you do it enough times, you're going to see that the horizon actually moves around depending on the atmospheric conditions and what you're using to view the horizon through. So if the Earth was a ball, wouldn't the horizon always be where the Earth curve is? Or maybe closer, but it can't be further away, right? Like say you got a girlfriend, she's 9 months pregnant with triplets, right? She got 3 babies in her belly, 9 months pregnant, and she's at the doctor, and the doctor, she's laying on her back on the table, flat. He says, "What color are your toenails?" She's not going to know, right?
No.
Because she's got a
She
big
can't see.
belly curve. Yeah, exactly. So you should be able to measure that curvature if the horizon is 1.225 miles away. But here's the deal. We've been doing it for 6 years all over the Earth, and we can't find the curvature.
Yeah.
So if you go to the Globar channels, they'll tell you to measure the shadow, right, of the sun. They'll tell you to look at the sun, moon, and the stars. And I think that's weird because if you were to go to have shoes specially made for prom, wouldn't they measure your feet or would they measure your head?
Feet.
Yeah, they would measure your feet directly, wouldn't they? So why
Yeah.
are the globe Earth people telling people to look at the sun, moon, and stars, and flat earthers are telling people to measure the Earth directly? That's weird, right?
Yeah. That is weird.
So if you leave here, the only thing we want you to know is that you can use this calculator, the Earth curve calculator that we just showed you, and you can use it anywhere in the world over a large body of water that's at rest. And you can make these observations yourself and measure it yourself. You don't have to go through NASA. You don't have to get nobody to help you. But it would be helpful if you had a friend on the other side of the lake, and let's say it's a 10-mile lake, and they had a full body size mirror, like the one that you probably have in your room or in your bathroom, and you put it in the water and shine the sun into their eyes, because the person without the mirror is going to have the sun to their back. The person with their mirror is going to have the sun in front of their face. And if you can see that light shining from 5-10 miles away, then there's no curvature. So we're going to brainwash you to think for yourself and question authority, and don't believe in anything unless you can verify it.
Yes, that's 100% true. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Prove it.
Is that a Californian accent? Did she leave?
What's a California accent?
Who's from California?
I was asking her, but I don't know if she's still there. Doesn't
Oh,
matter.
me? No, I don't live in California.
I'm just curious to know where your accent was from.
I'm in Canada.
Not from Canada, though.
Yeah, she answered in kilometers.
All right. It's not a typical Canadian accent, but Yeah, whatever.
Coincidentally, Canada and California are both abbreviated CA.
Strange.
She's probably from BC.
I
But it doesn't
am.
matter. It doesn't matter where she's from.
How did you know? Does
Calgary?
all do all
Well,
no? I'm from BC.
yeah, you had the West Coast accent, but you weren't in California. So
Yeah.
you sound like a chill surfer chick, so I just assumed.
Oh,
Wait a minute, are
I do
there
not
any
surf.
surfing in Canada?
I don't even go near surfing, but yeah.
Yeah, it don't matter where you're from. He just likes to guess people's accent. He guessed one earlier. It was really good. Out of all the countries in Africa, he guessed right. So that was pretty good.
Well, I
But
was actually.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
So, judging from my profile picture, where do you think I'm like actually from?
You look Hispanic to me.
Okay,
Like,
Hispanic, is that what everyone thinks?
like half Spanish or
Victoria?
something.
What?
No, she's white. Totally white.
Victoria?
No, not Victoria.
She's Indian.
I'm not Indian.
Are you Polish?
No.
Rip.
She's native.
She's what? What?
Native.
Filipino?
No. No.
Don't answer yet. I haven't seen. What's your name?
Saba.
What?
Saba.
Oh, okay.
Saba.
No?
Oh, that's actually an
Hey,
Eastern European name.
El
hey,
Salvador?
hippies?
You look
Knows,
Russian or
guys. She
Belarusian, so.
knows.
Costa Rica?
No.
God, tell
Maybe
us.
she's Mediterranean,
Did I just
Greek or
say it?
something. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
I'm Middle Eastern.
I knew it. I was about to say that.
Yeah, I get a lot of people tell me I look Hispanic.
I was about
You
to
know, I
say
can
it.
see that.
Well, the Spaniards were conquered for 700 years.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of Arabic words in Spanish.
Wow, is there really? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Oh,
when you
yeah.
get conquered for 700 years, right, all the men get wiped out, the women pick a few things up.
What country are you from?
Which country?
Yeah.
You don't have to say so if you don't want to.
I mean, I don't know. It's not really. They're not really good with America, but
Armenia?
She's from Iran.
yeah.
Oh,
Iran.
you speak Farsi?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Just for the record, we don't discriminate. Whatever geopolitical stuff that our countries get into, it doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, I
Yeah,
like
fuck the
Iranian
leader.
people.
All right. Thank you.
Fuck the leaders.
See?
No, I
Yeah,
only
like
ask
usually when
because
I say like, yeah, I'm from Iran, everyone's like, oh my god, like he's from Iran.
Is it
But
true
like,
that you
yeah,
don't?
thank
Is
you.
it true you guys don't like Trump?
Is it true? What?
You guys don't like Trump?
I mean, not everyone hates him. Like there are people that actually like him as well.
You know, there are a few things that has come from Iran, from Tehran, that I kind of tend to agree with, that America has become the great Satan, the great prosecutor and enemy of humanity against
There is a
all around the
lot of
world.
Persians living in America, like a lot.
So are you Zoroastrian?
What?
You said Persian. Are you Zoroastrian?
No, it, saying Iranian is kind of hard. Like it's pretty long, so I just say Persian. And I like the old Persia better, if you get it.
Yeah.
Persia's dope, dude.
Yeah, we're really sorry about
The
that
Cyrus
Iran-Contra
era?
thing. We
That
liked you
old Persia?
guys. No,
Or
she means
Xerxes
before.
era?
No, she means before the Iran-Contra, when they were
I
free to
know.
wear bikinis and
I
shit.
know I'm joshing.
Yeah, it shares the same alphabet as Arabic, but it's a completely different language. But they share the same alphabet.
Yeah, that's actually true. But the thing is, in Arabic, like words and stuff, they don't have the stuff that we have. Like it may seem similar, but like they have a lot of letters that we don't have. We have much more than them. And we
Oh,
pronounce
is that?
word we pronounce almost every word, but they can't. They
Yeah,
like Arabs can't say P, like the letter P. So yeah.
yeah. There's a lot of similarities.
Yeah, so welcome to the server. I really hope you enjoy your time here. You're welcome to come back at any time, but I think you would be appreciated most tomorrow after 5 p.m. Central Standard, 4 p.m., 5 p.m., because it's ladies'
Well,
night.
no, her time. It would be. Did you do? You guys do daylight savings, right?
I know it's gonna change in a few days, but I'm in Pacific
Okay,
time.
2 p.m.
So
2 p.m. Try to be here at
okay.
2 p.m. It's ladies'
Okay.
night.
All right, thank you.
Hmm.
So the ladies take over the show, and the gentlemen kind of be quiet and let them run the show however they see fit. And they love new ladies. So they're going to be glad to meet you. Seeing as how you're investigating, it appears that you're investigating and you just want to know what the truth is. And you're willing to put your bias aside to learn a little bit. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, the ladies are going to love you. So we hope you come back tomorrow. Not that I'm telling you to leave, but tomorrow will be great for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Typical American telling the Iranian to leave.
Come on.
Fucking Texans.
Did you call me an American, bro? I'm a Texan. Jeez.
Yeah, same thing.
And I'm proud to not be an American.
No, everybody born here is an American. But
And I'm proud to be an American where we
There's
fucking stand to pee.
Lackey eye close parenthesis with Sasquatch face for PFP with no role.
I thought the rule in
Although,
America was that anyone born there
if
was
you want to
American.
get verified,
Sorry.
that's right. Yeah, that's true, crypto. If you're born on American soil,
I hadn't
you're
finished.
considered an American. But you could also be born in Canada and still be considered American. Same with any country in South America.
Well,
'Cause
that's
it's
what I was
still
going to say.
America.
Is that
Yeah,
anyone born in America is American, and anyone not born in America is also American.
right. I've actually gotten into a argument one time over somebody that lived in Montreal, Canada, that says Canada is not in America. I go,
what
what
is it, Turtle
continent
Island or
are
some
you
shit?
on? I said, yeah, I said, what continent are you on? He says, well, North America. This is Lysurge, man. You know how he
Yeah,
makes a
that
claim
dude
he'll
told me
never
that
concede?
he went to the dentist and they gave him like a huge amount of fluoride and he swallowed it. I was like, oh, okay, that explains a lot.
Yeah, I had really bad fluoride poisoning. Like for like 25 years before I started detoxing it, and like I was super depressed and shit. There's a lot of suicide going around, man. It's terrible. People need to like get this crap out of their brain.
So can someone post the Black Swan for me, please?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Thank you, sir.
Distriction already posted it.
All right, cool. So, Persian girl that I can't remember your name. Can you see the live stream voice text, the room right above this one that we're in?
I think Saba left.
Sabala?
Saba.
Gone with the
S-A-B-A.
wind.
Okay, Saba.
If it's meant to be, she'll be back.
Splat.
Womp womp womp.
Wimp, 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 wimp.
Wow.
Hey, what's up, Bufo?
Yep.
Or Bufu. Bufo's
Robot.
What's going on, brother?
not much, man.
Brother?
You still at work? You back on the night crew?
No, I'm done. No. Never going back to nights. Can't sleep.
Yeah.
I did night shift for 8 years for them. So no more.
Yeah, fuck those guys, right?
Fuck this game.
Damn, son. Type it.
Do we
Sorry.
got any globe?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, no,
in here, or
Hold
what?
on. There was somebody just popping off their fucking mouth. Who was that just now?
Bufu.
Oh, shit. No, I don't care. I'm just fucking with you. Someone's roboting, though.
It's probably me. Sorry, guys.
No worries. Maybe just reconnect.
No, it's his connection.
That's what I said. No. Just kidding. That's what I meant, man.
Hey, Disrespectful People 1 is VC verified.
Hey. Hi, guys. Hi.
Welcome to the server.
Welcome.
Hello.
Nice being
Yeah.
here.
Hello, eh?
I
Hello.
hello. I just had some questions regarding whether the Ice Age happened, and if so, how did it happen according to your guys' model?
Well, you see, the humans kept on lighting fires, and they cause climate change, right? Because the only time the climate ever changes is when humans do stupid shit, and every other variable should be ignored at a very high religious level.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, the humans must have been like lighting fires, like burning like mammoth's tusk or something, right? Because the only way that the climate can change is if the humans did it. And any other variable, like if someone were to say that maybe the sun did it, or maybe like the climate just changes, that should be ignored at like the highest level of scrutiny, like religiously, with a religious fervor.
So you're being sarcastic?
Oh, okay. I thought he was being serious. I'm not saying that I don't believe in climate change. I just don't think man-made climate change is a real thing, personally. I mean, I believe in cause and effect. I pick up a ball, I drop it, it's going to go down. All right.
Let me ask you a question. Do you understand the greenhouse gas?
Yes.
How it runs away?
Well,
do you think maybe that has anything to do with
Hang on,
Harry
these are,
Anslinger?
we're speaking with Judge Lex as well, Hank. There's two different people speaking.
Oh,
okay.
My entire thing with it is just kind of like, I mean, and again, this is from my perspective. Anything that American, and I'm sorry, I don't want to, I'm not hating on the U.S. I'm loving the American patriot, but American scientists have a habit of just doing what special interests want. All right. Back in the 70s, they were talking about how overpopulation was going to kill us. In the 80s, it was the little ice age. It's like, it's whatever these scientists are coming up with now. I grew up with Al Gore telling me, oh, the world's going to end in 2013. Well, guess what, Al Gore? I was hoping for it, man. Guess what? Now I have to live this existence.
So here's the thing. Do you know what real science is?
Based.
you said you understood cause and effect, right?
Of course, it's essentially
okay. So the law of cause and effect, it's pretty easy to understand, right?
Yeah.
If you have a cause of something and you manipulate it, you turn it on and off, you should see the effect happen like a light switch, right?
Yeah, for the most part,
so
yeah.
This light switch causes this light to come on when I do this. Flick, and the light comes on. Cause and effect. So where's the science in this so-called climate change thing? What are they manipulating, or what variables are they controlling to make sure that they know the cause is humans and humans alone?
Again, I'm with you. I'm not,
They can't hold all the variables down, can they?
But I'm going to tell you what I can do, though, Mr. Hill. I could grab $100,000, go to a couple of scientists, and tell them, "Hey, if you can somehow correlate cow manure to climate change, I'll give you this $100,000," and they will somehow connect it. And that's why that's where when people are like, "Oh, I do believe in pollution in the ocean and in the rivers, and like you can't really deny stuff like that." I mean, to the Chinese, if you keep on pouring so many chemicals into the river, I mean, come on. At some point, someone's bound to get cancer. You know what I mean? How is something that's happening in China causing hurricanes here in Florida? Listen, I've never understood that. You got climate change over here. Like, where are all the hurricanes?
Yeah, totally.
So here's the thing. Meanwhile,
I like
America...
this guy.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Go ahead. No. I was just saying I like this guy so far. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. So meanwhile, the United States is, trying to shut down its power grid, right? So we could save with the whales or whatever. And China is just like beefing up its power grid by, burning more coal than ever before. And, you don't see Greta go to China. Is Greta racist against Chinese people?
I mean, we know the answer obviously is politics, and it's nothing to do with the environment.
Oh no, it's I mean, at the end of the day, we should try to be good custodians of the empire. The empire. Sorry, I played Warhammer. I was thinking it was something else. About of the earth. Yeah. Well, of the environment. We should take decent care of it. We shouldn't be just throwing shit in the streets and in the rivers. But I mean, come on.
All right, okay, well, since you brought up the empire, you do know that the rebels were the terrorists, right?
Oh yeah, Disney supports terrorism.
Report.
You're breaking up.
You're breaking up really badly, brother.
On this climate change.
Oh my God! Does he own a 7-Eleven?
Buddy.
Can I get a discount on this? Can I get a discount on a squishy?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
oh my God.
The battle mod, you're pretty accurate.
Aisle 5.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate. Correlation is not causation. It's
pretty accurate. It's a fact.
Wait, so I had some of the questions.
Correlation doesn't prove a cause and effect relationship. I wanted to jump on the 7-Eleven train, though.
Oh, Laggy's a new guy. If you guys want to talk to him too,
I was just here to troll Laggy. My bad.
Oh. Whoops.
Hello. So, Laggy, what brought you to the server?
I'll say, there we go.
What
was
brought
that
me to the server? I can tell you.
Told you he's got a 7-Eleven, man.
Do you have honey buns at your 7-Eleven?
Buddy, fresh from the microwave, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Oh my God, I love them.
Okay.
Buy 2, get 1 free. But you must buy 5.
Okay, we all love the Indian accent.
Oh, I'm dying.
Wait, so I still had some questions.
No. I'm so sorry, sir. Cypress, you said that wrong. It's buy 3 get 1 free, but you have to buy 5. That's what they would have probably done. They wouldn't have given 2 away for free.
Oh my God, you are fucking me for $1.
Buy 2 for the price of 3 and get 1 completely free.
There it is. There you go.
That reminds me of never mind.
I gotta say, the Indians, they don't wear hats like that, guys. Come on, give them a break.
It's a turban. Oh my God, get it right.
It looks like he's wearing a fucking pumpkin.
It's not a hat.
That is not a hat. No, my friend, you are correct.
It is What
It's a
if
fish.
It's a
religious
hashtag.
custom, buddy?
It's
That
a
is a
custom.
Sasquatch.
It's a custom buddy buddy.
It's a Sasquatch, yeah.
He's wearing a pumpkin.
No, I'll show you the action.
Oh, I'm sure. Do you have the perms?
By the way, Lex is he's a pretty cool guy. He had some flat Earth questions where we're talking about real estate bullshit up in.
I've been waiting for some answers here.
Yeah. So what? Okay, let's go for it. Flat Earth.
I've been waiting, like,
What you got?
literally.
Really?
No.
Really, you're waiting for some answers? Maybe you should repeat the questions now. Here, let's give him a moment.
No, I've been trying to get. Okay, I'm sorry if I offended you or anything, but
I'm not offended.
my questions, if not the human factor, how does the sun cause the climate change? Because
Well, the sun perturbs the Earth with a large amount of energy, right? And as the Earth is taking on this new energy, changes are going to happen, right? Like if I were to add like a whole lot of energy to your testicles, right? It might cause some
It's called
changes.
convection. Convection. Short answer, convection.
Radiation. Yeah. Like, I mean, the heat is coming in. There's, you know.
Well, yeah, it radiates the atmosphere and then it convects there on out.
Was that your question? That's it?
I mean, how does an oven cook a steak? That's a really. I can't believe you even asked that question.
Well, some questions are dumb, some are smart. Seems to be I'm on the dumb side, I guess.
Well, you said it, not me. Thank you.
Let me listen, buddy. There's no such thing as a. I tell this to my friends. There's no such thing as a stupid question, just a dumb answer. All right.
Stupid
no,
people,
that's,
you mean?
that's not true. That's a false dichotomy. There are dumb questions. A dumb question is a question you can answer yourself with a little bit of thought. Christ.
Man,
They tell you that in kindergarten because you ain't supposed to know shit.
Any other questions, bro? This guy is pretty chill too.
Oh yeah, Hyperborea. What about that?
What about that theory? What about it? It's a good story.
Big yikes.
Yeah, I know it's a good story, but do you guys believe in it? What's your point of view?
Belief.
We're not about beliefs here, man.
Okay, the knowledge you guys have on it.
Like empirical shit. Repeatable, you know, testable, verifiable.
So you're in a room with a bunch of hyper empiricists, right? And when you ask about what we believe, it's like talking about the weather.
Yeah.
Like we don't really care.
No,
so to be honest with you,
yeah.
if you stay in here and you listen to what we say, we're going to say stuff and then we're going to cite our sources for it, and we're going to verify things that are true, and we're going to dismiss things that are untrue. So you're going to learn how to do that, right? Because we like to focus on things like the scientific method, right? And that method is really common, and it's been used for a long time because of its reliability for sussing out false causes. Do you know what a false cause is?
No, enlighten me.
So let's say your car breaks down, right? And you take it to the mechanic and he goes, I don't know what's wrong with it, but I'm going to try these 5 different procedures. I'm going to change the tires. I'm going to change the starter. I'm going to change the battery and some fuses, and we'll see if that fixes it. Did he fix your car?
Pearl up another one, Mike.
Probably not, right?
Yeah.
Because he didn't know what the cause was.
You're still paying though, motherfucker.
You're still paying by the hour though. So that mechanic isn't going to get very much business. After a while, the town is going to learn that he doesn't do diagnostics. So what the other mechanic is going to do is he's going to run a series of simple tests until he isolates the cause. And then when he isolates the cause, oh, your starter came unplugged. So he's going to fix the starter and send you back on your way, and it should cost less than $200. The other guy cost you a couple thousand, because he doesn't understand how cause and effect works.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, it was crankshaft bearings, bro. It was not the starter, man. I gotta replace the crankshaft bearing. Sorry. Labor will be $7,000 plus parts.
A cool 79.64 and change.
Hey, Bufu, that's something I'm not aware of, and I should be aware of that as a dairy farmer. 2,600 per dairy cow? Where's this at? England?
Oh, we should take space away from them. Kind of brushed upon that. I never really went into it. Disrespectful.
Ooh, space. Yeah, let's talk about space, huh? I like fantasies. Little unicorn stuff, some Disney.
No, not the distance between objects. No, that's legit.
That's not. I know. I'm talking about Disney.
Oh, yes. The outer space of Narnia, indeed.
Right. Is there inner space of Narnia? Narnia space?
Sorry. I said that wrong, bro. It is the ever-expanding outer space of Narnia. There we go.
Yeah, that's not
I got a question for Globe believers. What
that new bill doesn't include a tax on cows. I just want to get that out there.
So when did anyone measure infinity? Ready, go. I'll give you a hint. You can't. So, ever-expanding infinite universe doesn't make sense.
You know,
It's just a concept.
That's always been something that has kind of bothered me about scientists, and that's one of the things that added on to my real belief of why science. What I personally believe that a lot of sciences are very questionable. So I'm gonna say world scientists, that study space, as they say. So we know more about space than our own ocean. How the fuck is that even possible? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, exactly. You see, it doesn't make sense. Like, wait, hold on. So you could tell me what the chemical compound is in a place that no one in our genetic pool is going to see, but we can't. We don't know what the mountains underwater are. We don't know. I mean, come on. You see that? That's a little silly.
So first of all, theoretical astrophysics, cosmology, and astronomy are not sciences. Not in a natural science kind of way. Does that make sense to you?
No.
Did you say no?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't even repeat the question. I just said no.
Yeah, sorry. In order to have natural science, you have to do an experiment. So cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, and astronomy, they're not a natural science. Right?
No, they're not.
So what you have here is you have a case of scientism, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So pseudoscience is running rampant, and people believe that something is scientific when it actually isn't, like the theory of gravity or anything in theoretical astrophysics. It's not scientific at all because you can't manipulate space. Because you're here on Earth. You're a man.
You see that it's things like that, man, that always made me question a lot of things. Like when people say things, it's just like, especially scientists. I like a lot of people, especially now. Everybody's like, "Oh, how dare you question scientists?" And I always, at least with my and again, not to hate on anybody's political beliefs here. A lot of my liberal friends do believe that it's like, "Oh, well, why are you going against the science?" And I'm like, I'm not going to go against the science, but I'm just saying, John Hopkins came out in I think it was in the 1950s, saying that being gay was a disease. I think you should, look at the private interests that are funding these groups. That's all I'm saying. Do your own due diligence.
So you should tell them that the same way that politicians are corrupted with lobbyists is the same way that scientists are men also. They can get corrupted by lobbyists too, right? So if you look at the cigarette ads of the 1950s, It says stuff like 9 out of 10 doctors recommend
smoking.
Camels.
Yeah,
Right?
I had to do a presentation about that.
So if you look at the guy who said that you should wash your hands before you go and give to the OB department to do labor, right? When the baby's born, after you touch the cadaver, the dead body, you should wash your hands. He died in an insane asylum, right? He died of gangrene. So he knew that all he needed was some alcohol. Can somebody get me some vodka? Right, so I can clean this wound. And they were like, you're crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of like when they came up with the concept of just washing your hands. It's like, are you fucking insane, bro? What? Wash your hands. What are you talking about?
Well, apparently Moses all the way back in ancient Egypt knew you're supposed to wash your hands after you touch something
so
dead.
we know Moses now. That's super.
I had a question.
Well, we don't know, but there's a book, right?
Oh, there's a book, is there? Well,
yeah,
pack it in, guys.
All right.
Pack it in. We're out of here. Globe.
I love
Yeah.
this one.
These guys are sharp. You can't get shit by them.
There's a book, dude. You guys, there's a book. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
I had a question.
You know another thing that
You're saving me work right now.
Well, again, one of the things that I love, and again, I'm a Christian, and my beliefs, again, those are just mine. But I will say this: when people say that, it's like, well, the flood has to be real. How else do you expect all the world, or like so many cultures have a flood story? And I'm over here like, what? You think floods only happen like in one place in the world? What you think? Detroit's the only place, or Florida's were the only places that got flooded? Come on,
floodland.
Exactly.
Bring the family.
Exactly.
Why you say Detroit? I just wonder, are you Michigander?
No, not really. It was the first thing that came to mind.
Well, that's right.
I live
Michigan.
with it.
Michigan's the most known motherfucker on the map. That's right. Everybody knows about Michigan.
Sure.
Yeah, that's right. Don't make me rap.
You got it. But like you see, it's stuff like that I just again you put two and two together, and you got to look a little bit behind the veil. It's kind of like all this COVID stuff, and like this. So I do believe this. It's like quote unquote
Oh, hey, by the way, wait. That's I never got to tell you this in check-in. This subject we don't cover on the live stream, right? I know your opinions on it. You're awesome, but just don't. Yeah, we just stay away from that on live stream, which we're in.
Yeah, because we'll get shut down for putting out the truth. They'll call it fake news, and then tomorrow on the news it'll be the truth, and they won't give us our channel back.
But like 99% of us in here are with you on that, so you know what I mean?
Right there with you.
Yeah, kind of like how everybody was being called a psychopath, or a Looney Tunes.
Not
years
right
back.
there with you, but enough
I
to
got
annoy
you.
you when I argue over a doctrine.
No, I got you.
Of course, I don't adhere to any doctrine. I'm non-doctrinal.
I know a couple doctors.
Doctors, you're funny, man. I need another.
If nothing else,
I
enjoy
Dr. Pimpin', Dr. Smoking, and Dr. Pepper, huh?
Dr. Smoking in the house right now.
Yo, guys, how do you guys deal with people who just don't want to believe at all? Like, you show them fake.
We're not trying to convert people. All we're doing is offering them the choice to decide whether or not they want to go out to a large body of water and test it. We don't care what people believe. You can believe in Santa Claus for all I care.
I know. But like, what do you think makes them tick that way? They just don't want to believe it.
I don't know, but I got sick of finding out, and now my basement's full of them.
Maybe they were told by aliens. I don't know.
Goyim is what I understand them to be.
The great unwashed.
Those aliens are coming from Uranus,
They gonna smell like shit.
They walk through that black hole and then bam! Come on, start probing shit.
Quote the creator and tell you that they're sheep. That's why. They don't want to know.
Look, man, you can believe whatever you want to believe. We don't care about that. We're not trying to convert anybody. All we're trying to get you to do is think for yourself, question authority, and maybe go out and make some measurements on your own. Right? Don't measure the sun, moon, or stars. Right? You should probably directly measure the Earth.
Dude, if
You know
somebody
why?
trusts me at my word for that, I'll get pissed. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the reason
trust
that you should test it yourself is because nobody can make you believe anything, right? We can lead you to the water, but we can't make you drink. We can show you
Yeah.
all this information, but we can't make you think. That's all up to you, bro.
Yeah, I get it. No, but I'm just like, I don't know what it is with them. Like, I mean, for me, it was just one little video of like NASA faking the like space, how like the bubbles were coming out, and then I
just
just
one. You only seen one?
yeah, I mean that only one led me to here.
Hell,
I
we
mean,
got
it
a whole
was like
playlist. You know, NASA owns a bunch of studios too, right? And artists, they
yeah,
employ
I'm
artists.
familiar. Like they're
They
connected
more
with Disney or something.
they buy more helium than any agency on Earth.
Yeah, I know that. So they can like fly up the satellites or something like. I've watched some of the videos. I'm like kind of
Helium?
familiar.
You're using helium in the fuel? Is that what you're saying?
No. They use helium for the balloons so they could fly up the satellites, right? Or not?
Oh, like Echo One.
Yeah.
Balloons.
No, but the deal breaker for me was the weird fact that we're during summertime we're further from like the sun, but just because we're tilted a certain way, we got summer here, but we're further away from the sun.
Yeah.
See, that's not really a deal breaker. If you got a solar panel, right, and it's directly facing the sun, it's going to get the optimal amount of energy from the sun and convert it to power, right? But as the sun progresses throughout the day, it's no longer at that optimal angle, and it's not going to get as much energy, right?
But what about the distance? Because like it's not a perfect circle around. When I mean the globe model says that it goes like the
Elliptical path.
elliptical path, meaning that at a certain time the Earth is closer to the sun. I believe it is during winter. The southern hemisphere is more exposed to the sun, right?
Right, but think about this. Let's say it's the opposite way around, right? Let's say that as the sun is really far away as it rises, right? It's not facing it correctly, right? Wait. Let me rephrase. When the sun first rises, it's directly facing the panel, right?
Yeah.
And as it rises throughout the day, it's getting closer, but it's not a direct hit anymore. So which one's going to give you more optimal performance from your solar panel? When
The
it's
direct
directly
hit.
facing the sun, when it's further away, or facing away from the sun as it gets closer?
But think about this: how come that both summers have the same intensity, though? Because shouldn't be the summer that it's closer to the sun have a bigger intensity since it's closer?
He's on
Meaning
aphelion and perihelion, like
Well,
right away.
There are whole.
I actually have a question to you guys because maybe I'm just very interested here. So because I've been to them, what is your guys' take on when NASA, quote unquote, launches up shuttles? Like what happens then if there's no space? Just like you guys,
You ever seen a shuttle exit the atmosphere on its parabolic launch?
On its what log? I'm sorry.
Parabolic arch.
I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know what that means.
So it's a curved path. It goes up in curves. So they launch all rockets up in a parabolic. They say they're going to do an orbit around Earth and then slingshot. But have you ever seen anything launch then exit the atmosphere?
No, I can't say I have. At some point, it just disappears.
Look in the live stream.
See,
I
now
mean,
you're
we have
thinking.
tons of examples that will show you, but right. So it goes up,
see.
levels out, comes back down.
Now you're thinking like an empiricist. I've never seen it happen. So what if I make a claim, right? An extraordinary claim. Like what if I say that I'm 12 feet tall, and you say, show me some evidence. And I say, well, I don't have to. You could just dismiss that claim immediately because I made an extraordinary claim but provided zero evidence for it, right?
Of course.
All right, so NASA says they're going to space. Show me some evidence. Well, you can't actually watch them go to space. It looks like the flight is going up, and then at a certain point they go sideways, and then it appears to start setting again due to perspective. But
you can
a
watch them
missile,
launch.
a missile goes straight up. Like, you ever seen a missile launch? That should go
Yes.
straight up.
Nope.
But if you look at how the old launches or the new launches, they go up and then they go sideways. And then it looks like it's curving down, I'm guessing due to perspective, but it's kind of like a drone flying away. It gets lower and lower and lower and closer to the horizon until it just disappears.
Okay. Now, when you put that, now that you put that perspective up, the visual really did help. Okay, so that. Okay, I can see why.
I can't verify that. That's just what it looks like to me. So that's what it appears to be doing.
Looks like that Disney arch right over the castle.
It does, doesn't it? It's crazy.
Oh man.
But what's the thing with all this space competition then? Is it just a show?
Competition?
Like, yeah, I know.
No, it's not competition, man. If anything, they're competing for
who can fool.
There's probably a cool kids club prize at the end when they control the most minds and kill the most people and all that kind of thing. You know what I mean? They're not working for anything tangible. They don't care about us. They need us for energy. That's all it is.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or.
No, I'm not being sarcastic, and I apologize for my demeanor. I do sound like I'm sarcastic because often I am sarcastic, and I apologize for that.
So what would be the purpose of that? I mean, aside from obviously, exposing their own brand. Why would you'd have like these millionaires, these people.
Do you just want to keep the lobby guessing for you? These are things we can only guess at.
No, yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm here at, to pick your minds to see what you guys think.
No, you want us to guess. What do I give a fuck what their purpose is? That would be the question when you notice the evidence of it. Why the fuck do they do this? But listen, we can't always know motive. And even if somebody who lies about some shit told you why they lie, you couldn't believe them because they're a fucking liar.
So what he's trying to tell you is that's a known unknown.
Yeah. It's like, here, guys, guess for me. You want me to hold my right leg while I hop on my left leg and touch my toe, too?
No, it's okay. I was just asking a question. Just wanted to see what you guys take on it. So, to see what you guys really talk about in here, basically.
Why do you think people lie? Like, think about the most common lie. Oh, baby, I love you. I want to be with you forever. What do you think his motivation is? When he tells his girlfriend that, do you really think he means that? Or do you think he's trying to bury his beak?
He likes her muffins.
I swear, honey, you do not look fat in that dress.
You're a little bit more polite than I am, I swear. My girlfriend has asked me that before. She'll be like, so babe, does this make me look fat? And I'm like, no, of course not, babe. You look fine. And then she's like, no, it makes me look fat. And I'm like, fine, bitch, you look fat as shit. Fuck. You can't take the compliment. I'll give you something else.
I just say only that ass.
Oh, I like that. That's very nice.
Your ass looks real fat right now.
Mike, you're so classy.
I'm not trying to be. I wouldn't just tell some woman in the club that. Maybe. Depends on how many drinks I had.
What?
This drink.
Mike will go to the club and out-rap everybody there. Steal 3 girlfriends from some dudes.
Say,
That ain't no joke.
do these pants make my ass look fat? Well, hell yeah.
Actually, it's the ass inside the pants. The pants are trying their best to hold the ass in.
Yeah,
No,
them
you're just fat,
motherfuckers are
hon.
just trying to stay together.
You're just large and in charge, Marge.
Whoop whoop.
Go ahead. We know you got more questions.
No, I'm just thinking, trying to get like I like to put myself in people's shoes and try to like see their reasoning behind certain things,
You-
like their beliefs, basically.
This
I think
isn't
it's
about
like
belief or reasoning.
Psychoanalyze.
yeah, basically, it was kind of like right. I was one of the things that you had said. It's like
I
what
wear
was it? The
work
question about
boots.
lies.
Work boots, man.
Hill, what was the question that you had asked about lies? Because I know I was thinking about cop when you said that. That's why. Where do people lie?
Well, either to not get in trouble, maybe to gain some control for advancement, to save your precious little feelings.
Advance your agenda, whatever that may be.
A much more interesting question, I think, though, is if they would tell a lie, how sure are you that you'd be able to detect it at the age of like 5 years old? Hey, Timmy, welcome to kindergarten class. Look, you live here.
You wouldn't know any better, I guess.
Right. You might even, say that that's like the earth. That's what the earth really looks like when you know better, right? Because you tasted earth last week when you made a mud pie, right? And you know that that's the real earth, right? And what you did is you took this model and you reification fallacied it into reality. You made it more concrete when it was just a concept, right? Like infinity. Infinity doesn't exist. It's just a concept, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, famous quote, Mark Twain, it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. I think that was Mark Twain.
Sounds like something he would say.
Right,
That's
so
his pen name.
do you think you would be able to know? Right, with the TV telling you lies all day long, ever since you were born, you woke up with the mobile thing above your head with the sun, moon, and stars creating a circuit and the sound to keep your attention focused on it. And all those damn pictures of the globe that you saw on TV, all that programming, do you think you'd be able to break that programming with someone not telling you? Wait, would someone first have to tell you this is how you tell the difference, this is how you test the globe?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
So did you go to public school here?
Yes, I did.
So you went through 13 years of Black History Month, right?
Yeah, about so, yeah.
Did they ever tell you how there was 500 tribes here in America before the
Nope.
Europeans came?
Nope.
Did they
I think I
ever
never-
tell you once that some of the black people might be Native Americans?
No.
Well, us white people, we're part Native Americans. I am, for sure. So you think the Native American would just look at a black person and be like, I'm not sleeping with that.
What?
Somebody's hot micing.
Okay.
I don't know what that was. It sounded like a crisis.
Okay, but I see where you're coming from, Hell. Okay, go on.
Okay, yeah. So think about that. Like,
It's not
every
really
black
about
person you ever met, did they come from Africa, or is it a chance that maybe some of their ancestors were Native Americans?
I would have to do a little bit more research on that one to get back to you. I've never, at least from what I've seen, I'm pretty sure that I could find like African Americans that were part of, American tribes, but originated. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I would have to do my own due diligence in
Do
that
you
one.
think that Native Americans were European?
No, they're not.
Did black people only come from Africa?
Historically, I mean, if you're looking at the historical concept, yeah, they weren't native to the Americas.
Yeah, there was black people here before the white man came. Copper-colored people. What color is copper?
Dark brown.
Yeah, like a dark brown. Yeah.
Yeah. What color is silver?
Right.
Gray.
White.
Right. So were the silver-colored people? Were they probably mixing with the copper-colored people?
Yeah.
Great bronze people.
And the bronze people were probably also mixing with the copper-colored people, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
So 13 years of Black History Month, and they never mentioned that. All they said was African American, African American. You should go to live in Libya because you're African American, right? That almost sounds like brainwashing, like a brainwashing campaign, right?
Okay, I see where you're coming from. I see definitely where you're coming from. I wouldn't have gone about it that way, but I see where you're coming from. It's just kind of like they're diverting the truth, which is, one of the things that I don't like, that I really wish that's one of the things that I wish that this country would have, where we have a standardized history, book where everybody's taught the same thing, and then you're encouraged to do your own due diligence and learn more. Because,
we are taught.
What?
We are pretty much taught the same thing.
You see, that's the thing. Like, well, I mean, with certain things, like in the quote unquote sciences, it's mostly the same because they use these laws and this other. But when it comes to history, you see, history is more flexible. You can take things out. Like I like to give this example. All right, if you pick up a history book in, let's say, southern, the south of Georgia, at some point they're going to talk about the Civil War being about slave rights. When if you go to New York, open up any history book, it's going to say it was over slavery. So you're going to have two kids that are going to be raised. They could be raised the same way. But if you once told, the Civil War was fought over to end slavery, and the Civil War was fought for states' rights, they're going to have different opinions on that.
Well, think about it. Let's say you're a Southerner like me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And someone asks, "Why are you at war?" And I say, "Well, these damn Northerners come down here and want to pick a fight. That's why we're at war." And then you go to the northern side and you say, "Why are you fighting?" I don't know. And then Lincoln was up for re-election, right? So he had to give like a reason so he could get elected. So he came up with the Emancipation Proclamation, right? And that gave him like a moral victory. So now, after the election, you ask the northerner, "What are you doing down here?" "Well, by God, I'm trying to free the slaves." Ah, interesting.
I got you, man. I kind of like one of the things, again, selective historialism. Historicalism. It's kind of like everybody's like, "Oh, America has a bloody, has." I hate that so much. It's like, "Oh, America has done so many horrible things, to the Americans, the American slave trade," and I'm like, I mean, okay, fine. Well, you know what? We could deal with America later. Are we going to look at Spain? Spain literally enslaved half of the world. Are we going to look at the Italians? Rome. The Romans didn't care. It's like, oh, white, black, Asian, they didn't care. They'll put you in chains and put you in slavery. I mean, when does it stop? You know what I mean?
We Dutch folks, we were good at that. Build
Yeah.
ships.
Okay. Yep. That's another one.
Too, yeah. You guys and
Actually, no. Wait, hold on. Now that I think about it, hold on. Who's the Dutch guy?
That's Roger.
No, dude, wait, Roger. I apologize. No. You're the Dutch are the reason that slavery became a thing, because it was Dutch traders. No, it was Dutch traders that sold guns to the native Africans. Then they, after they killed off the warriors, they would enslave.
Everybody thinks they know the truth. What about the Moors? What about the Moors in Spain?
Exactly. There you go.
What about the ancient Egyptians?
There you go.
They fucked everybody up.
Slave trade's older than our history.
Yeah, it's like whoever really wins just dictates that show. And
All right, you know how boys will be boys, right? And we have organized tribal warfare on Sunday Night Football, right? Well, think about it. Back in the day, there was no organized tribal warfare. So we're like cats all pent up in a cage, right? And we desire violence, right? You know, when the cat starts looking at you funny and he starts arching his back, next thing you know, he's attacking the feet because you haven't put batteries back in the laser light and you haven't played with them in a week, right? Well, back in those days, you could just go to the next town over and you could wipe out all the men, right, and take their women and their gold and shit. And guess what? The women and the children became slaves. That's how easy it was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, it was that simple, man. Like when you actually like have a fight, you know, and your village gets wiped out, the men do.
Because a lot of people forget what native, like, you know, what native human instinct is. It's kind of like every time, and I hear this a lot. It's like anytime people criticize America and like they're hating on the U.S., I'm like, you want me to tell you why America's the greatest nation on earth? And it's only one simple reason. You want to know what it is? Oh, come here, you're closer. It's 6,000 nuclear fucking warheads. That's why we're the greatest nation on earth. Because if we wanted to end this shit 100 times over, we could do it.
Allegedly, if you believe in the
Allegedly.
propaganda about
Exactly.
nukes.
Yeah,
Allegedly.
we never used a single one of those
Nation
fucking
built on
Nukes ain't
salt
real.
land.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Yeah, is that it?
They were
Okay, I'm
firebombs.
interested. Go on.
Yeah, the images are fucking still classified till this day. The photos. So it's like we got no evidence of those.
What was the supposed damage?
Well,
Well, Japanese people had paper houses, so everything
we
that wasn't
bombed
made of
them.
brick and mortar.
Yeah, we bombed them to shit for sure.
We bombed them with incendiary bombs, you know, napalm for 2 weeks before that shit was even said to be dropped.
Little
We
HE
destroyed it.
bomb.
We destroyed it before with incendiary bombs. You guys know what napalm does to a nation? It'll burn the damn soil.
Cool, yeah,
Crispy
man.
critters.
Turn life into charcoal around here.
And it turns Japanese houses into ash, but it doesn't mess with the churches. The buildings made of brick and mortar, they all survived the so-called atomic blasts. Remember that arch that everyone always talks about?
Because it was napalm. And you can get
Napalm doesn't
images of
destroy
that.
iron.
But anyway, yeah, it is military might. You're right.
No, I mean, yeah, it comes down to that. Yeah.
For me, it's we have air superiority. We
Yeah.
really do. Our air tech is not bad.
When you came to the Americas, all you had was rifles, but you were still the superior foreign nation. You were the most savage people in America when you came here.
Mm-hmm. I agree, Mike.
You know, it's kind of like the tribes were fighting each other, but I mean, there's a difference between hold on. Some tribes fought each other, but it was like a small thing.
No,
killing each other off. I mean, that's just not how it goes.
The tribes were all one nation. We policed our laws, but we didn't fight against each other. Only white men tell you that when they tell you we're savages.
Yep.
Are you talking about
from
the
their
Northern
history?
Lakes? The Confederation? I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember
From the Native American history book? Are you reading that?
I'm talking about the Anishinaabe Nation. Many tribes, one nation.
Was it the one the Constitution was based on?
The Native Constitution?
No, it was no. It was I'm trying to remember what the name was.
That was based on the Articles of Confederacy.
Yeah, there we go. The Articles of the Confederacy were based on the I forgot what the nation was. Hold on, it was the Great. I know that it was up in where the Great Lakes are.
Great Lakes. Chicago. You know what that means? Mike?
Chicago.
I'm from Chicago, so it's like, you know what that is. To
It
think.
has a Native American meaning, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I actually, when someone told me that, I was like, fuck you. And I actually looked it up when I was younger, and that person was right. Wild River Onion.
Mm-hmm.
What it is.
Wisconsin.
How do you say it, Mike? Do you know how to properly pronounce it?
Chicago.
Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And Wisconsin is the place of porting.
Okay.
Or where people dock their canoes and their boats and all that.
That's what it means. Nice.
The Iroquois, there we go. The Iroquois Confederation. I had to look it up.
You know how to spell Iroquois?
I mean, based on what I know, I think it's IROQUOIS, unless I'm doing it wrong.
That's close. You'll get it.
Oh, Agent Platypus. I'm not sure if you're listening or not, but last time we were discussing tax law, you ran away on me. And
he ran away on me, claiming not to know what volume was.
Ooh, taxes, economics. I'm interested.
Yeah. Oh, dude, no, we hash out a lot of stuff. So whenever you feel like you're not a pussy anymore, come and face me, bitch.
Same.
It's IRO.
He didn't know what volume was.
QUOIS.
How do you not know what volume is, bro? So, simple question, Mike. I have an empty Coke can, right? I set it on the ground. I crush it. Did I increase or decrease the volume of the Coke can?
The volume?
Yeah, the volume.
It stays the same.
It stays the same.
The volume of the can, but not the volume of what it can contain.
So it's flat now. It's like collapsed, then the volume decreased to near zero, let's just say. How about that? If it's totally flat.
Right, the volume decreased. The total volume of the Coke can decreased.
If it physically collapsed, then yes.
The surface area of the can did not
dimension.
change.
Well, if you're talking about the volume, the inner dimension can contain, yes. But the volume of the can itself stays the same, crushed or not. Everything's still there you built the can out of. Just reshaped.
Yeah, that's you talk about like material wise, yeah, mass.
Okay, now I'm thinking I don't understand what volume is.
No, volume is length times
the
width.
Volume.
That's it.
Gentlemen, I want to first off say thank you so much for again indulging me, really letting me see your points of view. So I'll definitely be back here. I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna go out ahead.
Come back tomorrow. It's ladies' night.
4
or 5 p.m. Yeah, the ladies love talking to people.
All right, awesome. That's perfect. 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern.
Central Standard Time.
Oh, Central Standard. Thank you so much. I'm in the East Coast. That's why I really appreciate it. All right,
Yeah, no
awesome.
problem.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. All right, and have fun.
Hey, man. Good to have you, man.
Likewise. It's great to be a part of this community. Thank you, guys.
All right, pleasure, man. See you.
Yep, come back see us.
Wait, is ladies'
All right,
night
so,
a real thing?
okay.
Yes.
So, listen, I stick to my original statement. You decrease the volume the container can hold, but the volume of the can is still intact.
Okay, so another one. There's a flat piece of aluminum foil, right? And I fold it into a bowl shaped. Did I increase the volume?
Well, what type of volume? You got to be specific. Surface volume?
So the way I understand volume, it's the 3 dimensions. You measure that.
Yeah,
So
it's a quality of
length, width,
three-dimensional
depth.
space, or it can be the entirety of something, the entirety of it.
So we were talking about relative density, and I had them cornered, right? And then we argued over what volume was for 30 minutes.
Huh.
Oh, he should get
So
back on the
when when I'm talking about relative density and I'm talking about volume, you know that I mean the capacity that the object can hold.
Just sum it up to
Volume is the quantity of three-dimensional space, yes.
Right.
occupied space. Is that it? Measure
Right,
it in
so when-
whatever the fucking
When you
unit.
fold it, when you
Yeah,
fold it into a bowl, you increase the volume, and therefore you change the relative density, and this causes the foil to float on top of the water.
Ooh, so the water thing is okay. The
it
water,
traps the air
there's
above it.
other effects. Like the surface tension of the water will hold denser objects than the water as long as they're flat. And dude, like you can like that's due to surface tension, and you can do that. Suspend a sheet of water like a sheet of paper or foil on top of water, then drop a like soap. Drop soap in the water. Don't stir it up. Just drop the soap, and you'll see that this piece of paper will fall.
So
'Cause
basically,
soap decreases its surface tension.
in that definition, it's just the amount of space that a substance occupies.
In that phenomena, the surface area is
Which
directly
is-
correlated to it. Yes.
Not a container, but yeah.
Similar principle to a snowshoe.
Cubic meters.
The snowshoe, yeah, I get you.
All
Space.
right, so one more question. We get an IKEA desk, and it comes in a box, and we take it out of the box and put the thing together, and now it takes up way more volume because now you got not only the box, but the box plus the desk, right? So the volume of the room just decreased because the box and its
Occupies
contents
space.
increased, right?
Well, yeah, it's the amount of space they occupy increased. Yes.
Okay, and that's what volume is, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The amount of space a substance or object occupies.
And the dimension,
That's
whatever
a rudimentary way. Volume is a quantity of three-dimensional space.
It has to be cubed.
Enclosed by a surface area. It's that simple.
So, whatever unit you want to give me volume in, it has to be cubed. Otherwise, it's not volume. Like liter, it's actually centimeters cubed. So, but it's 1,000 of those, we call those a liter, and it weighs 1 kilogram if it's water. So it's all it's nice, it's beautiful.
Yeah. So now, do you understand what I'm saying? If you lay a can down on its side and you flatten it out, it still has the same volume as its surface volume, but the containment volume is gone. It's now depleted. Are you with me?
Yes, the material, the physical material. Yes, it's the volume of the boundary never changed.
The surface space. The surface space. If you crush a can long way, now if you crush it from top to bottom, then the volume of the can is gone in every sense.
Did you fuckers start talking about volume again?
It's changed.
The problem comes when people start thinking about 3D shapes. They think about it with
it does
2D sides, but all objects in our 3D world have to have more than a 2D side. It's a three-dimensional surface.
Including a sheet of paper. It's 3/1000 of an inch thick, so it occupies space. Actually, it's not flat. It has thickness.
So another way of saying it is that there's the volume that's taken up by the aluminum that makes up the can, and then there's the volume that is taken up by the air inside the can.
If you stand it up straight and down, or if you lay it sideways and float it on the water, it has a certain volume. If you smash it sideways, that volume doesn't change, but the volume it can contain does. If you smash it from the top to the bottom, now it's compressed. It's lost all volume, containment volume, and overall surface area. Are you with me? Three-dimensionally, it loses some volume any way you go if you start smashing it.
All right, so then he asked me, sorry,
if you're
go ahead.
talking about buoyancy and density, two-dimensionally, it doesn't. It'll float on it'll still float on water.
All right, so then he asked me if you got a can of Coke and you open it, does the volume increase or decrease? And I said the volume decreases because before you opened it, the can was under pressure and it was pressing from the inside out in all directions. And at the moment you crack the seal, that pressure disappears, and the pressure from outside of the can pushing in all directions actually causes it to slightly decrease the volume of the can. Is that correct?
Yes. More
I
area.
would say it's incorrect. I would say the volume remained the same because but what happened is the pressure changed. If you had a pressure gauge on the inside.
Well, yeah, but with the area, with the increased area now that the can is open, area
it's
changes
open,
volume.
but it never. No, that you're
Gussie
gonna have
law.
to draw the
Gussie's-
imaginary dashed line. Yeah.
Yep, Gussie's law.
But
With
volume
increased
of the
area becomes increased.
Okay, I like the tuna can or piston. The piston analogy is the one that's actually taught in thermodynamics. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Piston.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's a piston. Okay, cool. So we have a piston. No valves, okay? So fuck, no cylinder heads. So it's got an enclosed cylinder up top, got a piston, and we'll do a couple things. We'll fix it in the beginning, and we'll give the volume of the contained air of the one. What's going on? I'm moving or something. I got feedback. Anyways.
Sorry, that was me.
Oh, okay. So let's just say it's containing a volume of one unit of whatever, of air. Then you torch it, you heat it up, you increase the kinetic energy, and you have a pressure gauge. Well, it's going to move up. So the temperature is going to go up, and the pressure is going to go up, but I didn't allow the piston to move. So what happened is the volume remained the same. Now let's do this again, where I'll allow the piston to move now. I put heat Q in, temperature increases, the jitter increases, presses upon the piston moves. So volume increases. So what happens is temperature increases, pressure, what happens to the pressure? Remains constant. It's constant pressure because the piston is expanding the volume. So because the volume is allowed to expand, the pressure remained constant. And that's what they have fancy terms like for these processes. Like there's adiabatic process, isentropic, and oh my god, like I have to bust out my thermodynamics book to actually give you exactly the fucked up name for this process. But so that's the volume, right? So if the piston is moving, right, the volume is expanding because it's length, width times height. Like I'm looking at a can of Monster. The length, the width, and the height remains the same when I crack it open, and the liquid, let's remove the pressure out of it. Let's just put liquid. Well, the liquid still contains 16 ounces, fluid ounces, which is 473 milliliters. So that's 473 cubic centimeters of Monster energy drink. And so when I crack it open, it still remains in there. Yeah, if I crack it open from the bottom, it's going to leak out. But the volume of the can remained the same. What happened is it equalized the pressure. Because now I allowed, theoretically, the piston to move from cracking the seal. But anyways. But that was a closed system, the piston. Now it's an open system with the can. Because mass can exchange. Sorry for
I just thought it was really simple to understand what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Because I was talking about relative density, and when you increase the volume, this changes the relative density. If you increase it, I guess, over the tipping point.
100%.
To where it starts to rise. So I was talking about balloons. If you blow up a balloon, right, you increase the volume, right?
Yes, exactly.
You pop it, it decreases.
Mm-hmm. You pop it, yeah, you destroyed it. I don't know. You can't even calculate the volume anymore. It just goes to shit. So there is no container anymore.
That's why I couldn't understand why me and him couldn't agree on volume.
I know. What does density equal? Mass over volume?
And in the equation, it's in, units cubed. It has to be. Meters cubed or, whatever you're working it out at.
You guys got me thinking now. So when you shake up a can of soda, the pressure on the surface of the can increases.
From the inside, yes.
Yeah.
Because dissolved gases, well, that's a different phenomenon. There's dissolved CO2. Yeah. See,
dissolved gases, like that whole idea, it just like blew my mind all of a sudden.
Yeah, like the gases, believe it or not, can dissolve in liquid, and I can demonstrate this.
But does that make them become less volume or something? Because how does shaking it make it have more pressure?
No, it's more states of matter. You release it.
Yeah. I think it's because the kinetic energy you put by shaking it. I'm not sure. Google it. I don't know. I would love to know what the phenomenon.
Increase energy increases pressure, bro. That goes right into the gas laws.
For sure, you're increasing, you're putting kinetic energy in it.
Yeah, heat, temperature, energy.
Yeah. And if you do, of course, if
damn it, flat globe.
What happened?
Is that for Chris?
Nothing is just the fact that they keep on posting.
I imagine pregnant chicks really like your video, bro.
The best part is that it says inside.
Master Chief, we don't want you commenting on the probed pickle, bro.
Ooh wee, that's funny.
I can't even say the P word.
How many? Master Chief picked a pack of probe pickles.
fucking platypus, man. I want to hash out the text.
Don't pick on me now.
You asked for it, kid.
I'm Pickle Rick,
bitch. Pickle Rick.
I thought I was doing good just posting pictures of pickles until Glatflow posted that.
I was trying to find one that was just like, oh no, and I did. I found one.
Dude, that one took the cake.
Yes, you did.
Hot dogs in it, didn't it? Isn't that hot dog meat going in the end of that fucking thing?
I'm not sure.
Battle Mod's like, I know everything, and I don't know what that is.
It's some pervert is just playing with a fucking pickle. Here it is from the other end. Flat Flobe, here you go. There you go. Dilly dilly dog.
Oh no! That one's way worse.
People are obsessed with the dilly dilly dog. What's up, you dilly dilly dog hog?
We should start calling Globers that dilly dilly dogs.
I can't stop watching it.
That one's raunchy.
Yeah, you probably eating dilly dilly dogs and meatballs.
So what if I do?
You might want to save that one.
Cheek to cheek, he does it every week.
I'm not saving that
dilly
one.
dilly
No,
dog and a
I never want to
meatball
see
freak.
that again. Never want to see that again.
Oh yeah.
No, I only buy sliced pickles. I refuse to eat a whole pickle.
I don't buy pickles. I grow pickles.
Refuse. You're like, I don't believe in whole pickles.
No, I got the spicy sliced pickle.
Oh, I got some pickles that'll make you sweat out here, man. They're pickled with peppers, all kinds of shit.
You got the habanero peppers pickled with the pickles.
It's a secret hookup, but you can eat everything in the jar.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, Buck. I pickle carrots with them too.
I love pickle. Oh
Pickle
yeah, pickled
everything in the
carrots too.
The only thing I haven't pickled yet is strawberries or berries of any kind. I pickled grapes before. That didn't work out too good. I didn't like that.
That doesn't sound pleasant.
Yeah, it was not.
It's good that you tried though. Now you know.
Yeah, now I know. Yeah.
Always wanted to pickle me some communist.
I got to damn near puke and include my 16-year-old daughter in it. She said, "Here, give me some.
Oh,
I'll
there
try
you
them."
I don't even want to know where you got that GIF where somebody's hiding the weenie in the pickle there, Glatflow.
I got it from the if section of Discord, bro. That was suggested by Discord.
If. Oh,
Yeah,
you mean
GIF.
trending? Trending?
No, just down here it says GIF, and then I click on it and it says GIFs or stickers or emoji. It gives me an option. And then some stuff.
Yeah,
Here, hang
it's
on.
trending. You looked at the trending GIFs?
I guess. Is that what that
GIFs?
I don't know. Oh, no, but there's others behind, below it, like duh, bored, scared, that kind of stuff too. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's basically that.
I normally don't like that trending. There's too many trannies in there. See?
Oh, shit.
Patterned shoulders don't hide it, you big face, big neck. We know
I'm
what
pissed
you
that
are.
that one's a guy, because if a girl had that person's attitude, I'd marry it in a heartbeat. Heartbeat.
Yeah, this
Don't
is
care what
why
it
they
is.
hate
Suspect.
heterosexual man. Our gaydar is just unstoppable. It's
It really is.
impenetrable. Impenetrable. Can't lie to me. That's not a Wizinator.
And a girl doesn't do that. They never taught her how to flick her hair like a girl. Oh, that's too bad.
That's a trap.
Flick his hair.
Right.
Yeah.
Look at it. He's bad at that. It's like really bad at it. This is my second time doing this.
I'm not 100% convinced that he's a dude.
He said it's my second time doing this.
That's why. Hey, that's why I can't watch TV. I can't keep up with the storyline. I'm like
Well, if
tranny,
he's on
tranny,
TV, then for
tranny.
sure. Yeah, okay, actor, then yes.
Look at the big skull. Huge fucking skull. That's a guy.
Yeah, the jaws for sure. However, like some women do have like a
It's-
masculine jaw. Yes.
And then
big
somewhere in the movie, I'll be, oh my god, no, don't kiss him.
But he's got pretty skinny wrists, though. So it's like her hand.
They just stay skinny. That's all. They do drugs and stay skinny.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, from a young age, then yes. If he started, taking estrogen from a young age, yeah. But
that kid from Stranger Things, the little girl. I'm pretty sure that's a dude.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh my god, that one's obvious. Very, very, very obvious.
Not sure who you're talking about.
And apparently Drake has been like, and this is what my children tell me, Drake has been grooming that one.
What do you mean?
Grooming? You know what grooming is?
Well, yeah, but in this context, what do you mean?
Drake has been
Grooming
trying
them
to
for
get up
what?
in them DMs for future sex. Because Aaliyah was like 15 when she got on stage. Like when she came around, she was like 15. She didn't tell nobody how old she was until she was like 16.
Hold on. You violently switched topics. What are we talking about now?
Age of consent, bro.
Oh, well, can we not talk
And
about
these
that?
singers. Yeah.
My lord.
I think that's one thing we cannot talk about, right?
Volume,
Yeah.
man.
That's
Platypus.
something.
Where's Platypus?
He took off a while ago.
Oh, he did.
It was 1 a.m. where he was 2 hours ago.
Oh, wow.
Or 1 hour ago.
I think Platypus just didn't want to play with old Hank. So he had to play dumb instead. Because how do you not understand volume? When you're talking about relative density. I mean, this is like, what, something a first grader can understand?
Oh, it was Platypus arguing that crap?
Yeah, bro, he was running from me. I'm pretty sure because I had him cornered.
This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, but for the moment, it's Platypus is wrong about volume.
Maybe it's me who's wrong about volume because the first thing that Mike said, I started thinking maybe I didn't understand how volume works.
Shh. Even if you're wrong, do not admit it.
No, you've got it. It's just the space that an object takes up. Greater volume, greater surface tension.
The space between
those big ears of yours. Open doors or float to shore. Volume is why some retards don't drown in their soup. Or Globers. Yeah, I meant Globers. My bad. I didn't mean to insult the mentally ill.
Well, psychosis is a mental illness.
Agent Platypus, I see you up there.
He took off a while ago.
Oh, he's right there, by God.
Well, he may have forgotten to leave or deafen himself.
Right? He got more rolls than you can shake a stick at.
Platypus don't want none.
As if he didn't know his volume increased when he put on 50 pounds. That's what he was trying to lie about his fatness. Oh, sub guy. Squid.
What happened was he called me out on causation versus correlation. And I was like, bro, you of all people, a Glober is going to call me out on causation versus correlation. Like, I don't fucking know. And then we kind of got into an argument over my theory of dark grass on the moon causing the tides, as opposed to his theory of the moon's gravity causing the tides. How do we prove which one? Right? And he got like really like flat earthy there for a second. He was like, how do you know that the dark grass on the moon causes this to happen? I was like, that's it, bro. That's it. Now you're acting like a flat earther. How do you fucking know? Exactly. Now ask your same self the same question about what you said. The audacity of a globe earther calling on a flat earther on false cause.
That heifer wasn't getting away. What? English, please.
Es gibt keine Großkarbeit dann.
Wait, how did platypus? How did platypus get the freaking giant pickle roll?
I don't know.
You have to earn your rolls around here, bro. He earned it.
He's the one who showed me the hot dogs going in the ass end of a pickle.
Where's the giant pickle roll? What the hell are you talking about?
Look at his. I posted it. There's a picture.
He's trolling you, Mike.
Yeah, next he's gonna have the giant pickle rolls damn self. I say what? I was about to say what dumbass made that roll. See that too many rolls complainer? I made that fucking roll so I could give it to myself. Too many rolls complainer. You got guys
I'm guaranteed.
They don't debate, they don't moderate, but they made 50 rolls yesterday. Fuck. Motherfucker. Dirty Glover. Who made that roll? Oh, Christ. Chris M. Chris. You're in here. We know you made that roll, Chris. Fess up. I ain't heard you talk in a coon's age. Rainbow Warrior, come on.
Box ops,
So,
bro.
Mike, did you
That's
hear
the
that
best one.
Roderick said that there was a third flat earther who died today?
No. Oh.
I forget his name. I do apologize, but Godric knows the answer.
Come on with it, bro.
That's the best one of the day, Box Ops. Good job.
His name.
I was laughing making it.
His name is Flat Earth Fucker Mac Pahar.
Oh,
How
really?
did he die?
I don't know. This was posted
Walker?
by Helio. I don't know.
Another flat earther's dead? Hello?
Who?
That's the third one.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, that's a fourth, 2 this week. So, yeah, third there, just 3.
Third.
Still, just 3. What am I saying? 3 in 3 weeks, bro. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it. I do want to talk about the Earth, though, if you can.
All the rolls, Chris. Not what roll. You make them all. Don't lie. Playing dumb like what roll? The last 50 the last 50 rolls I complained about. Let's just start with those. Yeah, who wants to play video games, man? I got a new paddle.
What's her name?
Well, it's Human Interactive.
I want to play Call of Duty on that.
Look,
She's wearing my favorite color. Oops.
look, I said you could use a paddle, but you're not on a first name basis.
Jeez, you didn't need to show me that. That's a, that's
if you
nice.
look at it, see that's a woman's watch there on her left hand?
Yeah. Girls do that shit all the time.
Uh-huh.
You think a girl's just gonna let some fucking horny dude do that?
Some, but not most.
Well, when I was married, I could do that. I bought the T-shirt just so I could. I seen it on the internet.
Wait a minute. Like, why are you wearing a woman's fucking watch?
I didn't do that. That's the one I seen on the internet, and I went to my buddy who makes T-shirts, and I said, "Bro, tell me you can make this."
He goes, "Watch me grab my wife's tits." Did you really think that's what was going on?
And then the next time, then the next time my wife bitched about playing video games, I threw her the shirt and said, "Put it on. I'll go play video games in the room."
Yep. Got to be careful with that shirt, though. It's like the perfect amount of tightness, and taking that off would be very detrimental to the shirt if you did it in under 20 seconds. 15 seconds. Got to keep the control, ready.
Personally, I think there's too much shirt there myself, but hey.
I don't know. I think that's fine. I like a mildly modest girl. Although this girl is not modest at all because of the picture we're looking at.
This is true.
That's okay, though. She's fiery, all right? She's got an attitude.
I like a mildly modest woman, too.
Yeah.
I like teriyaki chicken and beef.
I also like those things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if she wants to dress nice, if she wants to put on makeup. I don't prefer it, for sure. But as long as she's, like, just a little bit modest, and she's not, like, advertising, I'm good.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why I used to wonder, like, a lot of Muslim girls, like, dress like a beekeeper, when I was, like, a kid. And then as I got older, I asked one, like, hey, why do you cover your hair? And they said it's for my husband. It's not for everyone else. It's sacred. Like, she shouldn't be advertising her hair to men, right, that aren't going to have anything to do with it. So it's, like, only for her husband. And her father and her brother-in-laws and her brothers are allowed to see it because they don't see her as sexual because they're family. So only for her husband. And I was like, I can respect that's pretty fucking cool, actually.
Yep. Kinda.
I wouldn't request it. I wouldn't require it for sure. But if they want to do it, more power to them.
You could say the same thing with the old butthole, too.
Oh, God. Anyway, Hank, I can see both sides of that for sure.
I believe nuns wear the same beekeeper outfit, bro. I think it's universal. It predates Muslims, right? It really does.
Yeah.
Everybody's just got a beehive in the back. Fuck it.
Yeah, my mom wears, not the full beehive. I'm not sure because there's
what
like
we call that.
beehive. like,
The most famous of all headdresses is the
What we call
Egyptian
that in
headdress.
Michigan is unfuckwithable.
But
she's taken for short.
Seats taken.
You better respect that woman. She's unfuckwithable. She's taken.
no, I mean, so there is like this subconscious thing that I kind of capitalize on. Like when I see a chick with her boyfriend and she's advertising, right? Like her subconscious mind is still advertised. It's like, why? Right?
Well, if she's got yoga pants on, you bet.
Oh yeah, bro. Not the yoga pants that wrap into the ass. That's like
Fucking what an insult! What a fucking
like wearing
insult!
cellophane.
Bro, that's like standard now.
Saran wrap. It's like wearing saran
It
wrap.
is
It's like
standard.
It is, yeah,
like,
right?
The leggings
like-
are just like amazing.
Yeah.
Well, and the Fabletics too, right? Those ones are
like
nice.
today,
Yeah, you can set her in ink and then set her on a piece of paper and have a perfect image.
Bro, perfect. Like, you're nipping pretty hard. And
Be like a heart shape.
Just like, yep, cellophane, dudes. Kind of standard.
Listen, and the problem is everybody's like, "Hey, girl, if you got it, flown it, right? You just get it, girl." Well, the problem with that is that most of the girls are getting it, especially if most of the girls are fucking hot. Then what am I supposed to? I can't drive. I'll get in car wrecks. I'll have to put my phone down and do some other stuff, man. So that's all I'm saying.
Look, only certain chicks can get away with stretch fans. Now, imagine if a man wore those.
Well, I'm
Well-
just saying, like her
Well-
subconscious, she's
Why do you
not.
recommend
She needs
that?
to be fertilized, so she's still not fertilized. So she's
Well, they
still
probably
advertised.
get beat up before they made it to the corner in Michigan, but hey, dancers do
You
it.
see that moose knuckle over there? Well, let's go hunting.
Ugh.
Yeah, bro, it's trend. Yeah, it's crazy. You can see all the details.
Yeah, and like imagine going having dinner with your parents. Showing all that shit off. It's like, I don't know, man. I think you should probably wear something else.
Yeah, not my house. Not my parents, at least. Like, okay, you're.
As long as they're not so tight, you can tell whether or not you shave.
Well, they are, most of them.
Yeah.
And like I said, I see both sides, right? If I were a hot girl, I would flaunt it. Woo, shit. But at the
you
same time,
definitely see
it's
both
unfair from the man's perspective because we can't date all of you, right?
That doesn't mean you can't sniff with your eyeballs, because the dog sees the world through his nose. It's his primary sense. And the man sees the world through his eyes. That's his primary sense. So when you're looking at a girl's butt, you're basically like a dog. You're just checking her out.
Yeah,
I have no problem with that.
So,
I have zero
I
issue.
use it for testosterone increase. So, like, a friend. So I walk up to her, and it's been shown that, well, I don't know, like it was like pre-ovulation, the woman's sweat increases testosterone in men. And thus they look prettier during that time. It's like, oh, okay, makes sense. Like, yeah, no shit.
It's because we're just tripping, though. The guys are just tripping on their own shit, on their own chemicals.
Yeah,
Like, oh,
we
wow.
Wow, you look so good, babe. It's like,
God, you're radiant today. No, and that's not to say that these women haven't been beautiful, but yeah, there is something in the mind that says like, okay, well, she's way more attractive today, so you should probably take advantage of that. No, I'm just kidding.
It is like that, man.
Are we on Sweaty Betty now?
No, I'm talking. You use that for lifting. You can lift more weights that way.
Go hang out with a hot girl for an hour and then go do a
next
workout.
to
It's
Sweaty
awesome.
Betty. You work out next to
It's
Sweaty
either
Betty.
that or go to the
Okay.
bar for an hour and then go work out. You'd be like super empowered.
That's true.
All I can smell now is a titty bar. Let's move on.
Mike's having
We found
flashbacks.
Mike's weakness.
Messing with my PTSD. Tiggle biggies. My Tourette's is gonna kick in.
Button bags.
So, did everybody know that Mac Parhar died? Did anybody talk about that? Everybody know who that is?
Is that
I don't know who
Flat Earth
that is.
Walker?
Yeah, well, it's the FE guy. I don't remember what his channel was, but he's from BC, Canada.
Flat Earth Walker.
Yeah, okay, I think that is actually him. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
he just died.
He had a yoga studio and he was healthy as fuck. I wonder
Yeah.
why or how.
Apparently, he was feeling ill a few days ago, and now he has passed.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Was he one of the ones that were debating and proving shit and working hard and big subs and big channels?
Walker was going to the hospitals and showing that they weren't over full, and he was doing it with video.
Oh.
Let me see if I can.
Can't be going against Fauci. You got to deny all the science.
Yeah, as of tomorrow, we're going to have to wear the face diaper again.
Again.
Yeah, and
so what was the science that they proved that you needed to wear it? What was the catalyst?
Foxtrot variant.
Cases. That was the science cases. We need to reduce cases because apparently in the Netherlands we have 27,000 care workers left. So they're now playing it like there's not enough room on ICUs and hospitals. Well, there is enough room, but there isn't enough hands on the beds. So yeah, we need to reduce cases, or there will be an infarct, a crash of the health system again. Right? So, but they also implemented the Green Pass for outdoor sports. Oh, wait, no, they retracted that one. So people can still do outdoor sports, but indoor sports, you need the Green Pass. Going into swimming pools, stuff like that. So if you have a family with children that your children have swimming lessons, right? It's important to teach your children to swim, because if they play outside and fall into the water, they can manage. But it's not allowed now to bring your kid inside of the swimming pool and pick it up. So
Still have God's swimming pool, bro, or do you have to show your passport?
Sorry?
Well, you can go to the sea, right?
Yeah, but that's a bit cold now. We're going into the winter, so
Unless like it's a public park and you have to show, because that's probably it too. Like they'll clamp down on that too eventually, And I just checked in my state, the mask mandate never got removed from like months ago. So I just I don't wear a mask, so I forgot.
I want to say something really, really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Really quick. It only stops if we stop it.
Yeah, I fully agree, Glad. I fully agree. So it used to be if you wanted to go into a bar, right, have a drink inside, you needed to show your green pass, not for outside. So if you're on a terrace outside, that's all fine. But they also made it mandatory for outside drinking. So fun stuff, man. And then they told us all these. We're gonna tighten the rules, and then 6 days later, we're gonna judge those rules, and then probably going to implement more rules. So in 6 days, they know if it worked or not, which is ridiculous. And then the 12th of November, we have another, they call it deciding point, right? But the whole deal of this was to set up more, because this has to be done by law. So employers can ask for a green pass on work. That is the whole goal that will be implemented, I think, in a month, 4 or 5 weeks, because they need to adjust the law for this. But they needed to have a kickoff, right? So they said, well, cases are rising, so you need to have your green pass for this and this and this and this and this extra. Over 6 days, we're going to check if that worked. It won't work because 6 days is way too. That time is so not. It's not enough, right? 6 days is not enough to check if something works. And after 6 days, they're gonna probably say, "Well, it didn't work, guys." Right? They told us it depends on your behavior. So if you don't behave well enough, we have to look at it after 6 days. So they're going to say we didn't behave enough over 6 days. And then we have more rules. Awesome stuff.
So, okay. Do you work like for yourself? Are you self-employed or that sort of thing?
No, I'm not self-employed.
Are you jabbed?
I'm not going to disclose my medical situation.
Okay. Right.
I could tell you I'm not, and I'm never going to be. How's that sound?
Same here, bro. You can jab my dead body, I guess. Whatever.
Yeah, you can jab my dead body. Yeah, but I'm not going to disclose my.
For sure.
Yeah, I'll answer that question for James Brown. War, what it is good for.
I was just wondering, because I have friends where their country cracked down and they
Restoration of liberty.
Good God, say it again.
Solomon, that's the best one here. I want everybody listening to know about that one. There's a guy at a desk crying, and he's at a computer, and it says, "My FBI agent," after he starts to research my posts and figures out that his entire life is a lie. All those people watching us all the time, they're just like, "Fuck, these guys were right about all that." Oh no, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's assuming they'd have to research to know that.
They wouldn't. They're told all the stuff we're figuring out. For sure.
Yo, look at the last one posted. That one kills me.
I don't like that one. But I get it.
You don't like the Island Boy one?
I don't like the words child rapists. I don't like to see them. I don't like to have them anywhere near my existence.
No.
So.
No, the one right above that one.
Oh, good. I'm a science boy. Yeah, hell yeah. Those dudes. I would rave with those scientists.
Did you not get the meme?
Which one?
The I'm a science boy one.
I get it, yeah. Didn't I just respond to it?
It didn't sound like you got it.
Oh, I got it. They're tattooed up and they got weird hair and They're like cool guys from 2003.
No,
going
that's
to a
not at all
rave.
it.
Yeah, boy.
What is it?
They're making fun of these two guys
Some
that
new
keep
retarded ass
posting
meme.
video of some fucking dumbass shit.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know that. I only focus on empirical facts that can be scientifically proven, at least in my free time.
Oh.
I was about to say.
Pure meme fails.
He said at least in my free time.
Mr. Y, I thought that was a funny meme. He may not get it, but I do.
I'm just being a snowflake.
That's okay. Yeah.
Straight up snowflake, dude. See, people are taking it back. They're like, why did he just what? I'm willing to admit it right away when I made a mistake. Right away when I made a mistake or I'm a snowflake. You bet. Bet your damn ass I can be a snowflake about tons of shit, dude. Absolutely.
You're a snowflake as the power. Damn, bro. The guys in this lobby with the memes, people are so quick with that shit.
Yeah, they're on point. This is the best. These are the best memes you're gonna find in the world in this here chat.
Honestly. Oh, look at what Battle Mod posted. That's That's what that other picture is making fun of.
Yeah, you still got a failure to launch, bro.
No, I got it.
Yeah,
Wow.
boy, that's some gas shit, my man.
Did they draw a white line on their foreheads?
With the island
What's happening? Hit him buys. Obvious it be. The only thing we're looking at in Battlemod's picture is mental illness.
This feature? That's all I see.
You see what?
That's all I see.
Yeah.
Some dumb Twitter shit.
And they're what, 18, 20? Fucking losers, dude. Ruin their faces for the rest of their lives.
I don't have any tats.
Is that like gangster or something? When your face is tatted up like that.
It's absolutely it's pathetic is what it is. I'm not sure about anything else.
I didn't say it wasn't mental illness.
Oh, it is.
I was responding to the obvious it be.
Oh.
You tell me how it is in mental illness, because I'll argue it. Is that a son or a daughter? Banshees.
Yes.
Oh, well, in general, it tagged me. So I thought it was a direct question.
Coming up next, I'm going to bed. News at 10 a.m. See you then.
But you have to choose if you're vegan or not vegan in that server. That's interesting.
Yeah, and actually there's more non-vegans than vegans.
Vegan or not too vegan?
But that was the chick.
Not
She came into Precious Metal Takeover
Okay.
one day. It was an interesting
We got a bunch of people in
conversation.
BC right now. 14 people in one shot. That's cool.
I must crush vegans.
You want to go there, Mike?
I don't know. Didn't you already? Did you send me? You already sent me a link, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Redford did. I hadn't. The animal right advocates.
Yep, that's the one.
I hadn't clicked it yet, man. I worked from 7.
Let's go play.
I started at 6 a.m. this morning. I got home at 1. Hell, I just got done eating. I ate for the first 2 hours.
I know Hank is down to travel. He's badass.
Well,
I see him
long day.
traveling with us to other places. Dude, just copy.
I can't lie though, man. I was on the parking lot and I got too stoned at 10, and I ended up just hanging out with my guys, my employees. Bucket.
Up next on 2 Stoned at 10.
Yep. Well, I was already dirty and I was stoned. I was like, I called my daughter and she's like, "I'm fine, Dad." Aunt Lisa came over and cooked me a meal. I was like, well, bet. She said, "You got 2 plates." I said, "Bet." I just hung out till the job was done.
One for me, one for the dog.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, my sister's cool though. She gives my dog a plate. She feeds the dog. She likes him though. I tell you, I like to fuck around with my sister. She's bigger than me. She punches me in the arm, man. She'd give me a Charlie horse. And I go act like I'm going to punch her back. My own damn dog growls at me. I pick on him sometimes. Like, I'm going to go over there and slap your Aunt Lisa. And he gets up and stares right at me. Like,
he's all white knighting and shit.
Yeah, he's like, "That's not funny, Dad. You know, I ain't letting that shit happen. Don't do it." I'll kick your ass and then I'm going for that box of donuts. Be the last ones I ever get. He likes my sister though. He's a male, you know. Males like women. Females like men.
That's not normal. Don't say normal. I'm so triggered. I'm melting.
It's like my brother, every time he comes over, my female jumps in his lap because he leans her back and starts rubbing her boobies. She loves that shit. She'll just sit there and stare at me like, "Look, I'm cheating on you." She cracks me up.
So tell me about precious metals. How's it been going lately? I don't know your name. I'm assuming you're a Canadian woman.
Yeah, that's me. Hey, Redford. But yeah, I think it's been going pretty good. We've been having different people jump in and speak a little bit more.
Yeah, have you ever noticed that's the only Canadian in here I don't pick on? Otter odor, eh? She don't have that twang though.
Yeah, I've only been a few times to Precious Metal, and I get it's like a different show. It's like you guys like completely made your own show, and I like it. I dig it. I'm not always awake at that time, so I can't always show up. But I still dig it. If I was awake, I'd be there.
Thank you. Thanks for the feedback. Yeah, it's fun. I enjoy doing it. And yeah, we were basically told we can do whatever we want with it. And just to keep the conversation going and just have a different dynamic. And it was just, I guess, came up, like the idea was for the silvers, the ones that don't speak up as much, to join in. So, just ask them questions, right? Because how else do you keep the conversation going? So C's really good with the hypothetical questions that he comes up with. So it's pretty entertaining.
You guys usually do it in the AM, right?
My time, it's 12 Central Standard Time, 12 to 2.
Yeah, I usually haven't woken up at that time. I'm still sleeping. I work nights.
Ah, yes, that makes sense. But I know you've joined us, I think, a few times, so it's always good when anybody can join.
Your co-host, what's his name?
CI or C.
Yeah, CI. He doesn't get on very much other than that, does he?
No, he doesn't. Every now and then, but no, not very often.
C is cool. Shout out to
Yeah.
C. I'll catch you picking on C.
We're talking for hours.
Your
I know
ass
he
is
does like
grass,
behind
and
the
I'm the
scenes more
lawnmower.
stuff.
He chills and check-in.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of Precious Metal Takeover, Box Office just made us a new banner. I'm gonna post it.
Been making tons of stuff. Do you see the new check-in GIF? Here, I'll post it again.
GIF.
Emotion then.
GIF.
Yep. Like giraffe.
Can't be a GIF
Like
because
giraffe.
it's an anagram for a
Why
generated.
all of a sudden is this such a debate?
Well,
Like it was
It's been a
never
debate since
all of
the
a sudden.
90s.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've never heard of it. It's like GIF. I'm like, doesn't matter.
I know it shouldn't be a debate. What does it stand for? GIF.
Graphic something or another.
Graphic. Yeah, the G is for graphic, so why change it to a J?
Because choosy moms choose GIF.
They're just trying to promote a product.
You can't get that advertising out of your head, can you?
Yeah, but GIF peanut butter, that's advertising, that's not grammar.
Hey, I'm on your side, Battlemon. It's always been GIF. It's never been GIF. Even when they
Doesn't GIF
say
have two F's?
No. Spell gift. Gift has an I in it, but it has no J sound. Why is that? Do you even know the rules of pronunciation, whether it becomes a J sound or a G, and why? Like Jim, GYM. Why does it say Jim? It's because a Y comes after
because the Y is bisexual.
YMCA.
I remember like it was like male and female genders for all the letters. And it was like, why? Sometimes it's a male, sometimes a female. And it was like, that's how they snuck it in all the way back in the 80s. Those bastards.
Oh, man.
I just remember thinking, like, why is having some sort of identity crisis right now? No hate, no discriminate. Just didn't fully understand it.
I'm already there, aren't I? Finch, I'm already in there. All right. All right. Tomorrow then. If you had Nitro, Cyrus, you could make that GIF your avatar. My
Yeah, I don't have Nitro, man.
my avatar is a GIF. If you hover over it, flames roll up behind me.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of jealous. How do I save that? The one that Salesman put up?
Save image as. Are you on a phone?
No, I'm on my computer actually.
Oh, so I left click on. Where the hell did it go? I left click it, it pops up. I right click it, it says save image as. Sometimes you have to open it. Open original.
Nice.
And then save the original. Yeah. Open it. Click open original. And then click save image as.
Cool. Thanks, bro. Nameless. Shout out to Nameless.
That is cool. Got all kinds of little moving shit in his GIF. You make that? Karen made my GIF. I shared a picture with her, and that's what she did with it. I was like, oh, now I'm the man in black wrapped in flames. But hey, I thought there was some type of subliminal message here. When you're hot, you're hot. When you're not, you're not.
I'm gonna hop in their VC real quick. I just want to know what they're talking about.
So when exactly is the moon supposed to cover up Venus? I gotta see that shit. I've been waiting for a long time.
Duck it, man.
Did you say fuck it?
No, instead of saying Google it, like duck it, man. You know, duck
Duck
go.
it, man. Duck it. Don't be mad if war breaks out. No, I'm just joking, man. The elite, they don't use astronomy. Or wait, astrology? I always get those two confused.
So quiet, hot damn.
So when the planet Venus gets eclipsed by the moon and it completely covers it up and the light doesn't shine through, is somebody going to contact BLB and be like, "Hey, bro, we're going to need you to change that lyric"? Or I'll be the first to say that I was wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see what happens. Is this actually a real thing, or is this something I just heard on the internet and I haven't looked into it yet to see if it's actually going to happen? And then, you ask a flat earther, like, how do you know that the moon is translucent? Doesn't it block out the sun during a solar eclipse? And the flat earther that, is going down this road, they're always like, Rahu and Ketu. And I'm like, oh, really? What the fuck is that? What's Rahu and Ketu? Please let me know. It's like, oh, dark bodies. Where have I heard that word dark before? Okay. Here we go. And then they'd be like, how do you know it's the moon that's blocking out the sun during a solar eclipse? What's in our sky that's like the same size as the sun, apparently? Right? Apparently the same size, right? Don't flat earthers always say that? Right, but how do we know that's, oh, well, I guess we don't know, do we? It's a pretty good fucking guess, though, right? If we're going to postulate, right, we might as well postulate on things that make sense. So, what is in our sky that's big enough to block out the sunlight, but so big that we can't see the corona, so small that we can't see the corona? And I'm talking about the sun, right, the crown of the sun. The little triangles when kids draw the pictures. So, for all you translucent mooners out there, guess we're going to find out. Rahu and K2, get the fuck out of here.
Hello.